Yes, Mr Hodge.
Commissioner, the first witness is Mr Paul Carter.
Thank you. Is Mr Carter in the hearing room? Yes, Mr Carter, would you be good enough to come into the witness box, and can I ask you whether you'd prefer to make an oath or take an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Yes, if you'd swear the witness, do you mind standing, Mr Carter?
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, do sit down, Mr Carter. Yes, Mr Young.
Mr Carter, is your full name Paul Alexander Carter?
Yes.
Is your current business address level 4, 80 Queen Street, Auckland in New Zealand?
Yes.
And is your current position Chief Customer Officer, Consumer and Wealth of the Bank of New Zealand?
Yes.
And previously, from March 2013 until February 2017, were you an Executive General Manager within NAB's Wealth Division?
Yes.
Mr Carter, have you received a summons to appear at this round of hearings of the Commission dated 30 July 2018?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the summons with you?
Yes.
Or the original?
Yes.
I tender that, Mr Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.1, the summons to Mr Carter.
And Mr Carter, have you also prepared a witness statement for this round of hearings, which is dated 30 July 2018, and which addresses a number of topics specified by the Commission?
Yes.
Do you have the original of the statement with you?
Yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement and its single exhibit, which is in a number of folders with tabs.
It's some exhibit. Exhibit 5.2, witness statement of Mr Carter, 30 July 18, and its exhibit.
And Mr Carter, do you also have with you a working copy of your statement and the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Hodge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Carter, I think you explained in answer to a question from Mr Young that you were the Executive General Manager for Superannuation and investment platforms from, I think, October 2015 to October 2016. Is that right?
That's right.
And then you were also the Executive General Manager for wealth products from October 2016 to February 2017.
Correct.
Are they effectively the same position, or are they different positions?
They're very similar. In the latter role, the responsibility for the asset management business was included into my responsibility.
I see. And before October 2015, did you have any involvement in the superannuation business of NAB or MLC?
Before 2015, yes.
I see. And could you just explain to the Commissioner what that involvement was?
Before 2015, and it's from 2013, I was the Executive General Manager of Superannuation and investment platforms. My role initially was focused on what we call corporate superannuation, and then the role expanded its responsibility to also include retail superannuation.
I see. And perhaps if you could just distinguish for the Commissioner or explain to the Commissioner that distinction between corporate and retail superannuation.
Yes, so consistent with what is in the witness statement, corporate superannuation is typically focused on default members. In our company, brands such as Plum and MasterKey Business Super are the corporate superannuation businesses. The retail superannuation businesses are characterised by particularly distribution through financial advisors.
I see. And is it the case that you would also switch from being within the corporate superannuation area over to the retail area once you finish your employment with the relevant employer, or is that a different issue?
Sorry, can you just repeat?
When you, for example, if you're in the MasterKey Business superannuation product,
Yes.
when you finish your employment, you move over into the MasterKey Personal
Correct.
Superannuation.
Correct.
Are you now considered part of retail?
That actually was still considered part of the corporate business.
I see. Okay. So from March 2013, then, you were involved in anything to do with the corporate superannuation business.
Correct.
Okay. And the structure of the NAB superannuation business changed relatively substantially during the course of your time there?
Yes.
And is it fair to say one of the most significant changes was the restructuring of the RSE licensees at the National Australia Bank?
That is correct.
And just to assist the Commissioner so he understands the timing of these things, before May of 2016, the National Australia Bank had 3 RSE licensees within its group, is that right?
Yes.
And one of those was Nullus, which is one of the things we're going to talk about today. That's right?
Yes.
And before May of 2016, the Nullus was the trustee for a number of superannuation funds.
Yes, I believe that's correct, particularly the... Yes.
But they were all effectively wrap funds,
Yes.
is that right? And then there was another trustee which was PFS, is that
Yes.
right? And PFS was the trustee of, you referred to Plum, the Plum brand of
Correct.
superannuation funds. And there were a few of those funds?
Yes,
is that
there
right?
were.
And then there was a third trustee, which was it MLC Nominees?
Correct.
And MLC Nominees was the trustee of at least a super fund. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of that super
So
fund.
that would pick up the master key products in
That was the
particular.
products within,
Yes.
was within that,
Yes.
that MLC one. And the way in which the MLC fund worked was that the proceeds of the fund had been invested in insurance policies issued by another MLC company, is that right?
That's right.
And then there was a process, I think, related to when MLC sold part of its insurance business in which that was disentangled.
That's correct.
And what then happened was that once you got to May of 2016, there was a process of consolidation of the superannuation entities ultimately into just one RSE licensee, is that right?
That's correct.
And the way in which that worked was that in about May of 2016, there was a new superannuation fund established of which Nullus was the trustee.
Yes.
And
That's the MLC Super Fund.
that's right, the MLC Super Fund, as distinct from, is there another one called the MLC Superannuation
The
Fund?
MLC Superannuation Fund.
Yeah, so those are two different
Yes,
funds.
they are.
And with the MLC Super Fund, there were what are referred to as successor fund transfers to move funds that had been held by PFS and also MLC nominees up into the MLC Super Fund.
That is correct.
And so the products that you were referring to before, the Master Key business superannuation and Master Key personal superannuation, they had formed part of a fund that was held by MLC nominees.
Yes.
And then there was a successor fund transfer that all of the assets of that fund went up into the MLC Super Fund, of which Nullus was the trustee.
That is correct.
Right. And there was also a process by which the same thing happened in relation to the PFS Plum Fund.
Yes.
And I just can't remember, did they all happen at effectively the same date? So as from 1 July 2016?
That is correct.
Okay. So this process of consolidation meant that from 1 July 2016, there was just one trustee operating within the NAB, one RSE licensee operating within the NAB group, which was Nullus. Is
Yes.
that right? And it was the trustee of all of the superannuation funds.
That is correct.
But those funds were the accumulation of assets that had come from other funds that had already existed and had been operated by different trustees.
Yes.
And there were obviously various agreements that were entered into to provide for effectively the division of liabilities of anything that arose from the successor fund transfers.
That is correct.
All right. And so that the Commissioner can also understand some of the complexity of that, we've talked about funds. Within a fund, there might be multiple products, is that right?
Yes.
And a product is comprised roughly of two types of things. The first thing is that there are obviously different fees that are charged on different products.
That's true.
And the second thing is that there are different investments that apply for different products.
Yes.
And so, for example, a product might offer a range of investment options, and the member can choose into which investment option their superannuation assets are going to be invested.
Yes.
And another example is that the product might have only a single investment option, and whatever funds are invested through that product will be placed into that single investment possibility.
Yes, I don't. There's not an option that we have where a product is single investment option, but that is possible.
Theoretically,
that is possible. Correct.
In the case of the MySuper product, is there only one MySuper investment option?
We have two.
You have two different MySuper products.
Correct.
And again, just to tease out some of the detail of this, is that a staff product and a non-staff product?
Yes, there are two MySuper products, one being the NAB Group Staff Fund MySuper and the other the MLC MySuper product.
Yes, but those are two separate products.
Yes, they are.
And there's not a choice that a member can make as to how if their assets are invested in a MySuper product, they don't then get to make some further choice as to how those assets are invested.
Can you repeat the question?
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
With another product, you might get to make a choice that within that product you would like 20% of your superannuation assets to be allocated to cash and 80% to be allocated to to the balanced option or something
Yes.
like that. If you're invested in MySuper, that's not a choice that is made available to you.
No, it is.
I see.
You at all times have an option to say, I'd like 20% of my investment in the MySuper option, and then it's an active choice of the member to then say, I'd like to move in for other investment options on the menu.
Sorry, I think we're at cross purpose. I don't think we're disagreeing with each other.
Okay.
If you're in the MySuper product,
Yes.
you're not allocating 20% of your investment to cash.
Correct.
That part of your superannuation contributions that sits in the MySuper product just goes into
That is
whatever
correct.
is the MySuper
is
investment
correct.
decisions that have been made by the
Yes.
trustee. But you also have the option of placing part of your superannuation contributions into another product within the superannuation fund.
That is true.
And that's how you might choose that you want to split your superannuation 80% to be in MySuper, 20% in cash.
That is
for
right.
example. But that then means you're in two different products
Yes.
and you'll be charged different fees for investment in those two different products.
Yes.
All right. I hope that's clear as mud, Commissioner.
Better than mud, yes.
Now, when you were originally asked to prepare the statement to come to the Commission, you had originally addressed a number of questions in relation to two groups of events. One is the PSF event or group of PSF events, and the other is the ASF events.
Yes.
And the Commission, as I understand it, then contacted your solicitors and said they didn't think that you were the appropriate witness to deal with those events, at least after February of 2017.
Yes.
And as a consequence then, your statement no longer deals with those events at all, including pre-February 2017.
Correct.
But as I understand it, you were involved during your time as the Executive General Manager for superannuation and investment platforms, and also as the Executive General Manager for wealth products in relation to some issues that arose from those events?
Particularly the PSF event.
Yes, particularly in relation to the PSF. And the PSF event was an event that arose in relation originally to the master key business superannuation and then master key personal superannuation, is that right?
Yes.
And I think we've perhaps put it too generally. PSFs were originally introduced for master key business and master key personal, is that right?
Correct.
And the event or the issue that arose was about members who are in the master key personal product.
No.
I'm sorry, you think it was also in relation to master key business?
Yes, the event where the issues were first identified were members who were transferred to the master key business product, and they were members who came from what was a previous product that was traded up called the employee retirement scheme, or TERP.
Yes. I'm sorry, I understand. Again, we're going to need to now tease out for the Commissioner some aspects of this, and it might be easier if we try to do it by reference to a document. Can we bring up NAB.076.078.3319?
Is this an annexure to his statement?
No. So this, you'll need to look on that screen there, Mr. Carter.
Is there a hard copy that is available?
There is a hard copy.
Thank you.
So this is a memorandum to the Breach Review Committee dated the 24th of November 2015.
Yes.
And this, as I understand it, would have been a memorandum sent after you had assumed your position as Executive General Manager in relation to superannuation and platforms.
Yes.
And could you just explain, who is Tim Jenkins?
Tim Jenkins was a product manager in the corporate super business.
All right. Did he report to you?
Ultimately, not directly.
Okay. And would you have been aware at the time of this memorandum, that is November 2015, of the issue that was being taken to the Breach Review Committee?
I believe I would have had broad awareness.
Okay. You may not have had, at that stage, specific awareness of exactly what was going on.
Correct.
Okay. And I think then this is consistent with the point you were making before. If we go over to page 2 of that document, it refers to, from about a quarter of the way down the page, the TERP trade-up.
Yes.
And the TERP trade-up was, what did you say it was?
The employee retirement
plan. Okay.
Thank you.
And the employee retirement plan, was that a fund or a product?
It was a product.
Okay. And was it a product within, is it TUS, the Universal
Correct.
Super Scheme? Okay. And so TERP was one kind of product within TUS as at 2013?
That is correct.
And MKBS and MKPS were two other types of product within
That is-
TUS.
Yes.
And the trade-up means that members who are members of the TERP product are being changed over into the MKBS, MKPS product. Is that right?
That is correct.
And by May 2013, the PSF, the planned service fee, had already been introduced for the MKBS and MKPS members. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we'll come to your understanding of the detail in a moment, but the particular point that you were making before is The initial incident that was of concern was TERP members who were transferred over to the MKPS product and the PSF fee that was then charged to them as a consequence of their trade-up.
It was a component of that fee, correct? There was a subset of members within that cohort that we had concerns about.
Right. And in very broad overview, the concern was that they were unadvised members.
There was no advisor linked to their account.
Yes. It was within the particular computer system, they were linked to some sort of house account.
That's true.
And whereas the consequence of that is that the PSF, instead of being paid to an advisor, was paid to MLC Direct.
Correct.
And the concern was about whether it was appropriate that the PSF would be deducted where there was no advisor linked to the account.
Yes.
And that gave rise to the initial issue.
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand what you're saying, at about this time, you would have first become aware of the issue.
I believe that's true.
Okay. But you weren't sitting on the breach review committee?
No.
I'm sorry, I tender that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.3 will be Breach Review Committee Memorandum 24 November 15 from Jenkins, NAB 0760783319.
Now, the introduction of the PSFs had occurred before the trade-up of TERP members into MKBS and MKPS.
Yes.
It had happened about a year earlier in 2012.
I believe that the original introduction of the PSF happened in September of 2012.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you're correct. It was, I should put that a different way. It was taken to the trustee in order to get approval in about April of 2012.
I believe that's correct.
And then ultimately it was introduced as at September 2012. And one of the things that you ultimately had to do during the period that you were Executive General Manager in relation to superannuation was to go back and look at the basis upon which the PSF was deducted. Is that right?
Yes.
And what I wanted to do then was to bring up NAB's submission to the Royal Commission. I just want to understand your view in relation to this. Can we bring up RCD.0001.0034.003? And can we go to page .0014?
And could I request a hard copy, please?
Doubt it. Mr. Carter, you'll have to read off the screen.
Okay. If we go to page .0014,
We've got 0004 rather than 0014 up.
Thank
Yes,
you.
0014.
So now I hope you're able to read this, Mr. Carter. You see at the bottom of the page, item number 12 is planned service fees wrongly charged to super members. And there it says, consistent with the point you made, MLCN, that's MLC nominees, introduced PSFs in September 2012. Are you able to see that? Great. And then you see it explains PSFs are charged for access to general financial product advice services tailored to the needs of the employees in the employer plan. And then we'll need to go over the page. And the PSF is agreed between employers and plan advisors.
Yes.
And this appears to expand out the issue from just the TERP trade up to anyone who was being charged a PSF, and that reflects what was ultimately your understanding as well. The initial discovery was in
It
relation to
expanded
TERP.
to other products where a member did not have a linked advisor.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if you go over to the third column, do you see the sentence that says, in addition, management mistakenly assumed that the PSF could be charged to members without a linked advisor for the online tools and telephone-based advice services provided?
Yes.
Now, as I mentioned before, you in your role conducted some investigations into the basis on which the PSFs had been charged,
Yes.
and you looked specifically at the basis on which they were charged to members without a linked advisor.
Yes.
And bearing in mind that the PSFs were introduced in September of 2012, do you think it's accurate to say that management mistakenly assumed that the PSF could be charged to members without a linked advisor for the online tools and telephone-based advice services provided?
Yes.
And just again, so I understand that, your view is that when you went back and investigated it, it appeared to you that in September 2012, management had made that mistaken assumption?
Yes. To be clear, I was not accountable or in that part of the business when the PSFs were designed and implemented, but upon subsequent review, that is the conclusion we reached.
Yeah, I just want to tease it out to make sure I've accurately understood your evidence. You went back, particularly in 2016, to think about a specific issue, which was, do we need to refund this money back to customers?
Yes.
And you looked at that time at various justifications for why NAB might not need to refund that money to customers.
I think perhaps I would rephrase that to say we were conducting an investigation to understand the issues and make sure that the right decision was ultimately made for customers.
All right, well, we'll come in due course to the documents. Let me just make sure I've understood though. When you came to look at making sure that the right decision was made for customers, is one of the things that you looked at the reasons for why the PSF was charged to unlinked advisors?
Yes.
Sorry, to unlinked, I said unlinked advisors, to members that didn't have a linked advisor.
Yes.
And you looked at, as at 2016, whether there was a basis upon which it could be said that the fee was properly charged?
Yes.
Did you also look, as at 2012, at what management had believed?
No.
Okay. So, and again, this is where I just want to be clear. When you said you think that statement is accurate, that management mistakenly assumed that the PSF could be charged to members without a linked advisor for the online tools and telephone-based advice services provided. When do you understand that management had that mistaken belief?
I believe the management had that mistaken belief when they originally put the proposal to the trustee originally.
In April of 2012.
Correct.
And the mistaken belief was that the PSF could be charged to members without a linked advisor for the online tools and telephone-based advice services provided.
Yes.
Not simply that the PSF could be charged to a member without a linked advisor.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. You see, this is the statement here that's been put by the National Australia Bank to the Commission is a compound statement. The first part of it is that the management believed that they could charge the PSF to members without a linked advisor. The second part of it is that that was being charged in exchange for the online tools and telephone-based advice services provided. So I just want to, again, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding as to your evidence. When you carried out your investigations in 2016, did you come to the conclusion that management, as at 2012, had mistakenly thought that they would be able to charge this PSF in exchange for the online tools and telephone-based advice services?
A statement which is probably a better statement is that certainly what we knew is that management felt that there was, at the time, an entitlement to charge a fee, and we ultimately conclude that that was not the right basis.
That is, you ultimately concluded that there wasn't any entitlement to charge the fee?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Commissioner, I wasn't proposing to tender that document, which is the entirety of NAB's submission.
But at least this section, item 12.
Yes, it may have already been tendered, but if we could just tender the 2 pages, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.4, NAB submission, pages 12 and 13. That is NAB submission 29 January 18, pages 12 and 13. RCD 0001 0034, 0003 at 14 and 15.
Now, it might then help the Commissioner, Mr. Carter, if we just look at what the relevant agreements are in relation to PSFs. And you've exhibited some of the agreements, or some relevant agreements to your statement. Can we bring up first tab 24 to Mr. Carter's statement, which is NAB.005.762.0276. So this is the licensee remuneration agreement as it currently applies within NAB, is that right?
I believe so.
And it's an agreement between the financial services, between the authorised representative in relation to the remuneration that's going to be paid to them by various NAB companies.
Yes.
And If we go over to the page .0280, you'll see about a third of the way down the page, rate of remuneration.
Yes.
I'm sorry, rate of remuneration, clause 4.1.
Yes.
So the way in which this works is that this is an agreement providing for what the MLC payer, who for present purposes is nullus, will pay to the relevant financial advisor.
I believe this document is in relation to commission payments
Yes. I'm sorry, you,
as opposed to advice fees for planned service fees. Or
well, let's take that document down and then go over to number 20, tab 25, which is NAB.005.681.2928.
sorry, which page?
I'm sorry, it's the next tab,
Yes.
Mr. Carter, tab 25. So this is a remuneration schedule issued by MLC Limited,
Yes.
and it sets out a number of fees and commissions in relation to business super.
Okay, sorry, I'd like to correct the previous statement. So the planned service fees were covered by the previous agreement.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if we just assist the Commissioner try to understand what some of the fees are that apply in relation to Master Key Business Super. The first is the advisor contribution fee,
Yes.
and that is a fee agreed between the advisor and the employer.
That fee would be agreed between the advisor, yes, and the employee, yes.
And there are a range of 6 options as to what the employer and advisor can agree is going to be that advisor contribution fee.
Yes.
And the highest of which is 5.88%.
Yes.
Now, one of the things I was hoping you could help us with is, you see how there are 2 columns, one is fee percentage and the other is commission percentage?
Yes.
Can you explain why there are those 2 columns? One is fee and one is commission, but they have the identical amounts there?
I believe one is indicating the fee that the customer pays, and then the amount then that the advisor receives, which are the same.
Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying the fee that the customer pays will be, for example, 5.88%. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And then that in the entirety of that amount is then what remitted to the advisor as commission.
Correct.
All right. Insofar as it's a fee, can you tell the Commissioner what it's for?
The advisor contribution fee is best described as a commission.
When you say it's best described as a commission, does
It is
that...
a commission.
And that you're saying that because there's no agreement, as you understand it, to provide any service for it?
Correct.
All right. So this can be quite confusing, but because there ends up being 2 terms that NAB uses, aren't there, for contribution fees? Are you familiar with that? Advisor contribution fees and something else, which is something like contribution fees for advisors? That doesn't ring any bells for you? That's fine. We'll come to that. So this is a commission then agreed between the advisor and the employer. in your view?
Yes.
And pursuant to this agreement, this percentage is deducted from any contribution made, any superannuation contribution made for each employee.
Yes.
And this we can see is in the MLC Master Business Key Super, but you see it says including Master Key Personal Super. So does the advisor contribution fee carry over once an employee leaves the employment of the employer?
Yes.
Okay. So then when their contributions are being made into Master Key Personal Super, there will still be deducted from those contributions this advisor contribution fee. Is that right?
Yes.
In whatever amount was agreed between the advisor and employer.
Yes. Recognising that these are legacy arrangements and no longer open to new members.
All right. And then you see item number 2 is plan service fee.
Yes.
And it says the advisor and employer may agree a plan service fee based on the services provided to the employer plan.
Yes.
And the plan service fee may be agreed as either a dollar amount or as a percentage of account balance. See that?
Yes.
And the percentage can be up to 1.5% of the employer plan's assets.
Yes.
And the dollar figure can be whatever the dollar figure is per member, but up to a maximum of 1.5% of the employer plan's assets.
Yes.
And the employer plan's assets are the contributions made on behalf of those, of the employees within the employer plan. Is that right?
I think on the plan service fee, it was on the total account balance.
Yes, I'm sorry, you're quite right. I use the word contributions. The account balances of each of the employees who is part of the employer plan attracts the 1.5% or whatever it might be.
Yes.
Okay. And
Up to.
up to 1.5%. So the amount is whatever has been agreed between the advisor and employer. Is that right?
Yes.
And the amount is paid in exchange for whatever is services are agreed between the advisor and the employer to be provided to the employer plan.
Yes.
And what sort of services would they typically be? Do you know?
Yes.
What are they?
So typically, the general advice services would be on-site education. Oftentimes, these employers are spread around the country, and advisors would provide education on superannuation, trends in the industry, general advice on the investment options that are available in the plan, insurance arrangements, and just general support services for members who are seeking clarity and greater understanding of their superannuation.
But not personal advice.
But not personal advice.
Because if we then go over to the next page, .2929, if an advisor is providing personal advice, then an advisor service fee is charged for that advice. Is that right?
It could be, yes.
I see. It's possible that they could be providing personal advice outside of the superannuation arrangements,
Yes.
and there's some direct arrangement
Yes.
between the employee and the advisor.
Yes.
That's the point you're making.
Yes.
But one way in which they can do it is that it can be agreed that an amount will be debited on a regular basis from the employee's superannuation balance in order to pay the advisor for personal advice.
Yes.
And that's what's referred to as an advisor service fee.
Yes.
And as from 8 September 2012, if the advisor service arrangements are in excess of 5% of the account balance, then MLC will monitor it for appropriateness, is that right?
That is what that statement says, yes.
Okay. And if we just pause on that for a moment, whilst you were the Executive General Manager for the superannuation business, was there a program for actively monitoring the provision of advice in exchange for the ASF to members of the NAB super funds?
Not to the extent that it was required.
Okay. And that led ultimately to the ASF event, is
Yes.
that right?
As I understand, as I mentioned earlier.
You weren't very involved?
No.
Okay. And then if we come over the page to .2930, so this is now the remuneration schedule, but only for MKPS, that is Master Key Personal Super, is that right?
Yes.
And again, we see item number 1, this same advisor contribution fee,
Yes.
but it says the advisor contribution fee defaults to 0 automatically on transfer to the MLC Master Key Personal Super.
Yes.
And so if there's going to be a new contribution fee, that has to be agreed between the advisor and the member if they're in MKPS.
Yes.
Is that your understanding of what was occurring in practice?
I have no basis to doubt that.
Okay. And then you see item number 2 is plan service fee.
Yes.
The plan service fee that applied to the members in MLC Master Key Business Super automatically transfers to MLC Master Key Personal Super, subject to a maximum fee of 0.44% per annum.
Yes.
And I want to just try to understand that. So when the employee goes into the employer plan as part of MKBS, there will be deducted from their account balance a percentage for the PSF for services agreed between the employer and the advisor. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the member transfers over to MKPS, and whatever PSF percentage has been agreed between the employer and the advisor will carry over, except that if it's above 0.44%, it'll be reduced down to 0.44%.
Yes.
And the member doesn't agree with the advisor to provide, for the advisor to provide services to the member?
At that point, the member is in control, as it were. They at any time, the advisor is continued to be linked to their account, and at any time the member, with that fee disclosed, is able to negotiate directly with their advisor. That has been linked to their account. That is how the fee was designed.
That's what, sorry?
That is how that fee was designed.
Sorry, it was designed in what way? I didn't understand your answer.
The response to your earlier question was that fee, the member has the ability to negotiate that fee directly with their linked advisor in the personal plan.
I understand. I think we're dealing with slightly different issues, but your point is it would be possible, once the member transfers over to the MKPS, for the member to call up their advisor and agree on a different plan service fee.
Yes.
And presumably they could agree on 0.
Correct.
What happens if the advisor doesn't agree?
The member is the member is in control, and so the member, if they deem that they would like the fee to be 0, the fee will be 0.
If the member was still in the MKBS product, can the member say, I want my PSF to be 0?
Yes.
I see. So the member could call up and say, I don't want to pay for the PSF.
Yes.
And they don't have to do that by contacting the advisor.
No?
They could just contact MLC, is that right?
Yes.
And if they say to MLC, I don't want to pay this fee anymore, MLC will switch it off.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the intent of a fee is that a customer is in control and they therefore have the ability to turn fees off.
Now, as it turns out, there was an issue which is the PDSs published by NAB and NULLIS, actually it wasn't NULLIS, PDSs published by NAB and MLC didn't explain that. Is that right?
I think it's NULLIS. Yeah.
Oh, you think it
oh,
was NULLIS?
well, sorry. Prior to...
It was originally MLC nominees and then it was NULLIS. They didn't explain that the member could just call up and say, I don't want to pay this fee anymore.
One of the issues that we identified is that the disclosure to members about their ability to dial that fee all the way to zero should have been clearer.
Because the PDSs didn't say, if you just call up MLC or NULLIS and say you don't want to pay that fee anymore, you won't have to pay that fee anymore.
It had language along the lines of this fee can be negotiated between the member and the advisor,
Yes.
but we conclude that we should have been clearer, that that fee can't just be, is not just negotiated, but could be negotiated all the way to zero. That's one of the issues that we identified in investigating this fee.
You've used the word negotiated, but there's no negotiation, is there? The member can just say, I don't want to pay this anymore.
That's true.
That was one of the problems with the PDS, is that it uses an expression like negotiated or agreed, which would suggest that this is a bipartite agreement that has to be reached between advisor and member.
I agree.
Yes, so one of the problems was that the PDS suggested that this was something that had to be agreed between the member and the advisor, is that
Yes.
right? And another problem was that it didn't explain that in fact that the member could just go directly to MLC and change the fee,
That is right.
and they could change it to zero.
Yes, they could.
And what I'm then just trying to understand is there must be contractual arrangements that exist outside of MLC or NULLIS just charging the fees, contractual arrangements between the advisor and the member and the employer.
Yes.
And presumably, at least the initial contractual arrangement is an agreement between the employer and the advisor
Yes.
that the advisor will provide certain services in exchange for a fee.
That's true.
And the fee isn't paid by the employer, the fee is paid by direct deduction from the member's account balances.
Yes.
And if the member says, I don't want to, if they're in the MKBS product and they say, I don't want to pay that fee anymore, your understanding is that could just be switched off.
Yes.
And that would be switched off by MLC.
Yes.
And I think we just need to be clear about the full consequences of what you're saying. You know that an announcement was made 2 weeks ago by NAB and NULLIS in relation to remediation of the planned service fees.
Yes.
And it went much further than what had been announced 2 years earlier.
Yes.
Because what had been announced 2 years earlier was the repayment of about $34 or $35 million of fees plus lost interest and earnings for members who didn't have an advisor linked to their account.
Yes.
And what was announced a few weeks ago was that in light of the fact that the PDSs for the MKPS product hadn't explained that the member could dial down their fees down to zero, that therefore that would all of the PSFs would be refunded. Is that right?
I'm afraid as it relates to the issues with the subsequent events, Mr. Hodge, I'm not particularly close to those events.
Okay.
My statement, my experience relates to that earlier phase.
That's fine. All right. So your understanding in late 2015, 2016 was that if a member called up and said that they wanted their PSF on their MK business super product reduced to zero, that MLC would just do that. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And what would be the consequence in terms of the provision of services?
I think the consequence in terms of service is that it would not be available. Actually, I'll retract the statement. I'm not entirely clear.
Sorry, not entirely clear on what would happen with services.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But your understanding was it could just be switched off.
Yes.
And so when the customer gets transferred over to the MKPS product, now if they were paying 1.5%, it reduces to 0.44%.
Yes.
And that will happen automatically unless they call up MLC and say, I don't want to pay that anymore.
Yes.
And so then when they're in the the MLC MKPS product and they're paying 0.44%, let's assume that's what they're paying, what is the service that they're receiving?
At that point, that advisor would still be linked to their account. That advisor is still available at any time for those questions, and that's made aware to the member on their statement for any of the questions and the types of concerns that I discussed earlier around general advice relating to superannuation, the investment options, the insurance arrangements that are made available, similar sorts of questions that a member could have.
All right, so what that advisor could provide to the member is a service of being available to provide general advice. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And in the way of these things, they would be paid the same amount and the member would be charged the same amount, whether they actually provided the service or were just available to provide the service.
Yes.
Okay. And on the basis that the advisor was available to provide the service, MLC would keep deducting the 0.44% from the member's MKPS product. Is that right?
Yes.
Notwithstanding that there's no agreement that has been entered into between the member and the advisor for the advisor to either provide services or to be paid money in exchange for being available to provide services.
Well, at that point, the agreement with the member is with Newless and the Superannuation Fund, and as I said, at any time the member had the option to reduce the fee.
I understand they could call up and say, I don't want to pay a fee anymore, but if they don't do that, then originally MLC and later Newless will keep paying the money over to the advisor.
Correct.
But there's no requirement that there be an agreement between the advisor and the member in order for that to occur.
Correct.
And how is it, without that sort of agreement, that MLC or Newless could be satisfied that the payment of the fee was in the best interest of the member?
This was, the fee was fully disclosed as a deduction from this member's superannuation account. and that was the basis of the payment. As you alluded to before, this fee was subsequently the subject of a review by NAB, and as you point out before, these fees have been refunded to members.
Well, I think we need to be very careful about that. That's not true, is it?
Sorry.
In 2 years ago, or a year, perhaps early 2017, Newlis refunded. I just want to work through this. Let's make clear of it. Newlis refunded about $34.3 million to members who didn't even have a linked advisor.
Yes.
So they've been charged the PSF.
Yes.
That's right. And then 2 weeks ago,
Yes,
Newlis announced that it would now refund the fees to MKPS members,
that's correct.
and it announced that it would stop charging those fees in September of this year.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Do you know why it can't stop charging those fees until September of this year?
No, I don't.
Okay. And we'll come back in due course then to look at what happened in 2016. Can I just make sure I've, though, fully understood the view you formed in 2016, which is that this fee could be deducted by then Newlis because it was disclosed on the member's statement. Is that right?
For the event and the issue of the non-linked advisors, the one that I was personally close to, no, it was broader than that. Upon investigation of the issue, we conclude that there was never any entitlement for or authorisation for that fee to have ever been deducted for the non-linked members. And so it went beyond just, our conclusion is that the issue went beyond a disclosure issue.
I understand. If we just focus for a moment, ignoring the unlinked members, on the continued charging of the fee after 2016, because as you know, it's going to keep being charged up until
Which one? The
PSF.
for members who don't have an advisor, yes.
The basis upon which it's charged, I'm sorry, I withdraw that, I'll put it another way. The reason that, in your view, it was okay for the trustee acting in the best interests of the members to continue to charge the fee was because the fee was disclosed in the member statement. Is that right?
I think it'd be fair to say that's one of the basis for a fee being justified.
Okay, and I just want to understand, what are the other reasons that would justify charging this fee, the PSF, to members in the MKPS, even where they have a
Well,
linked
trustee
advisor?
must agree to it as another reason.
I'm sorry, I missed the answer. Do you mind repeating the answer?
The trustee
Must agree to it.
The trustee must agree. And the reason I make that point is that one of the issues that we identified with the non-linked members is that the trustee never explicitly agreed for the deduction of those fees. And that information was not presented to the trustee in the right way, which is why the fee was subsequently refunded.
All right. I understand that. But my question then is concerned with the decision of the trustee, which is what we're interested in exploring. You're saying the trustee agrees to the fee and the fee can be deducted because the trustee agrees to the fee.
Yes.
Presumably, you understand the trustee has to act in the best interest of
Yes.
the members in agreeing to that fee.
Yes.
When the trustee agrees that the PSF will continue to be deducted from MKPS members after they've transferred from the MKBS, what is the basis upon which the trustee can be satisfied of that?
Because a decision was made that that fee at that time was considered fair and reasonable.
For what? Fair and reasonable for what?
For the provision of that fee.
No, but the fee must be fair and reasonable for the provision of some services, surely.
Yes.
So what
for
are
general advice, for as disclosed in the PDS, for general advice and support services.
for being available to
Yes.
provide this? Okay. Now, one of the we'll come back to this in a moment. I just want to work through some consequences of the PSF. One of the things that you've addressed in your statement are the returns on cash earned by members in NAB super funds.
Yes.
Okay. Can we bring up NAB.005.874.0223? I'm not sure that your solicitors may manage to find a hard
Was
copy.
this in my...
No, it's. I don't believe it is in your hard copy. It's another statement. So you see, this is an annual statement to 30 June 2015,
Yes.
and it's the statement of a member who's invested in the MLC Master Key Personal Super product.
Yes.
Okay. And you can see, if you look down, that the member has an opening balance of about $43,000
Yes.
and makes contributions of $11,268.
Yes.
All right. And then if we, I'm sorry, just, oh, no, that's helpful. You see that the fees paid directly from the member's account are $929.44,
Yes.
and then fees rebated to the account are $135.54,
Yes.
and the movement in investment value is $1,013.95.
Correct.
Right. And then if we go over the page to page 2, sorry, page 2, which should be .0224. Thank you. Great. Unfortunately, that's not redacted at the top. Can we just zoom in on the your benefits part so that we don't see the binding death nominees? No, thank you. Commissioner, you've made a non-publication direction in relation to all of the personal identifying information in this. You'll see that this member of the fund is 100% invested in cash.
Yes.
This is the MLC cash fund, which is actual, it's not enhanced cash, it's actual cash.
Correct.
All right. And then if we go over the page then to page 3,
Yes.
you can see at the top of the page the investment performance on cash.
Yes.
Just got to wait for it to come up, I'm sorry. It's .0225. Otherwise, you and I can see what's going on, but the Commissioner doesn't know. And you'll see then, this shows what the compound returns were for this cash fund, and the 1-year return is 1.2%.
Yes.
And then we can see, in terms of the transaction summary, that there's compulsory employer contributions, but then also this member is making salary sacrifice contributions
Yes.
in order to significantly enhance her superannuation balance.
Yes.
And then if we turn over the page, to page 4, see the various fees paid in relation to this investment wholly in cash. And you see the first amount is an administration fee of $554.32.
Yes.
So just even if we pause on that, our understanding is that this means that for investing in cash with a return of 1.2%, you'll pay on the first $49,999 an administration fee of 1.05%.
Yes.
And then you'll see there's an advisor contribution fee debited.
Yes.
Now, just again so we can understand this, that advisor contribution fee is the fee that's debited on any contribution that's made in some percentage, is that
Yes.
right? And that's the fee that you think is it's actually a commission,
Correct.
it's not a fee at all.
Correct. This is a legacy arrangement with a commission.
All right. And then you see there's government levies and the operational risk reserve cost. That's the operational risk reserve. That is a fee that's charged, or a cost that was charged, so that the trustee could build up its operational risk reserve. Is that right?
I believe that is the case.
And there was a mandate from APRA, I think, about requiring that there be an operational risk reserve. And then you'll see there's then a planned service fee, which is $186.47.
Yes.
And this would be then the carryover of the PSF from a previous MKBS plan, is that right?
Yes.
And that fee of $186.47, that's the fee that's being paid so that a financial advisor is available, is that right?
Yes.
And if we go back to the first page, .0223,
Yes.
we can see there's a little box down the bottom which says, any questions, call your advisor, and it names the advisor and the telephone number.
Yes.
So that would be some external financial advisor. They may or may not be an authorised representative of NAB. You wouldn't know.
Correct. The majority of these are not.
Are not. And so then if we go back to page 4.0226, so then that's the planned service fee, and then there's a stronger super implementation fee of $65.
Yes.
Can you just explain to the Commissioner what that fee is?
This was only for a very short period of time. At the time of the stronger super reforms, given the very significant cost of implementation, there was, for particular years, a year, I can't recall, a fee associated with the implementation of those reforms.
To recover the cost that the trustee was incurring, or it may not have been the trustee, but to recover the cost that was being incurred by the group in order to implement the new legislative requirements.
In part, it certainly did not go to fully recover the cost.
I see. It cost more to fully
Yes.
comply with the new legislation than
Yes.
the cost that was recovered.
Yes.
All right. And so that fee, you may not know, but that you don't think that's fees being charged anymore.
No, it's not.
Okay. And then you see there's tax credited on fees.
Yes.
Could you just explain to the Commissioner what that means?
This is a net benefit back to the accountants, an additional, and I'm sure this is about the tax effect of the fees that are, because it's a tax deduction, and that is basically the value of the deducted amount on the foregoing fees.
Can I ask whether this is the issue? You see there's government taxes in the preceding box, which is contributions tax of $1,690.20.
Yes.
So presumably this member had 15% of their new contributions paid as contributions tax.
Yes.
And by some deduction, it wasn't actually necessary to pay the full 15% back to the government, and whatever the tax credit is, then that's rebated here.
I believe that's right, Mr. Hodge.
Okay. And so if you ignore the tax credit, then the total fees paid from the account are $929.44.
Yes.
But then if you include the tax credit, then the total fees paid are $892.90
Yes.
on an investment wholly in cash that earned $1,013.95.
Yes.
And whilst you were the Executive General Manager in relation to the superannuation and platforms, was it something that you considered, the level of fees being charged as against the returns on cash?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that you considered?
It would have been always something that we would have been looking at as a management team to ensure that our products were competitive in the marketplace, and reviews of fees were an important part of that management responsibility.
If you're just doing the best you can, you may not remember anymore. Do you recall whether you specifically considered the net returns for members who, for example, like this member, were wholly invested in cash?
I don't recall that particular situation. Our responsibility, as you would appreciate, was, I guess, across a broader set of considerations and factors.
Is it the case that in the Master Key personal super product, you get charged the same administration fee regardless of what investment options you're in?
That's correct.
And so if you're invested in a more risky but higher returning asset, you'll be charged an administration fee of 1.05%.
Yes.
But if you're invested in a no risk at all investment option like cash with a much lower return, you'll still be charged 1.05%.
That's correct.
And this seems like the type of thing where on its face no one could believe that it is in this member's best interests to remain in this product incurring these fees while wholly invested in cash. Do you agree with that?
No.
And why is that?
Because we don't know this member's particular personal circumstances, and there may be very good reasons why this member has chosen to be in a 100% cash fund at this time. I don't know. And it will depend on individual circumstance. I think the other point worth recognising is in recent years we are in a historically very low interest rate environment, so there'd be some appreciation that the returns on cash are lower than they've been in the past.
But having said that, I think what you're addressing is there a reason why this member should be wholly invested in cash? I want you to think of the question a little more broadly than that. Is there a reason why this member should be wholly invested in cash through the MLC MasterKey personal super product?
There could be. And this is a member choice. This member is not, by definition, is not defaulted into this option. If a member has not made an investment choice, they go into a balanced fund. And so this member has made an explicit choice to move 100% of her assets into a 100% cash fund.
She would have started in MasterKey Business, is that right?
We don't know.
Oh, I see. You think it's possible that...
Oh, sorry, she would have been started. Yes, that's correct.
She must have, mustn't
Yes,
she?
sorry. If it started in MasterKey Business Super Product, yes.
And so then her MasterKey Business Super product has been moved over into
Yes.
MasterKey Personal.
Yes.
And she's made the choice to invest all of her money in cash.
Yes.
Would there be other products within MLC that she could move into where she could be invested 100% in cash but have much lower fees?
No. Oh, within MLC?
Yes.
There is the fee structure for the cash fund is consistent. There is another product which we'll call MasterKey Fundamentals, which has a slightly lower administration fee than the one for the MasterKey Personal Super product, as an example.
If she was to call her advisor, who she's paying the plan service fee to each year, would the advisor be able, in exchange for that fee, to tell her to move to a different MLC product?
Yes,
So that wouldn't be, because the PSF is not for personal advice.
correct.
So the advisor could just, without even considering her situation, say, it's obvious that if you're going to invest 100% in cash, you should be in a different product with lower fees.
No, well, the advisor would be subject to all the regular advice regulations, but it is absolutely possible for that advisor to, having considered this member situation, to advise to move to a different product.
I just want to make sure I've understood that though. Isn't the point about the PSF that it's not a fee for personal advice?
Yes, for the PSF, that's correct.
So if the advisor was to consider the personal situation of the member, the advisor couldn't provide that service in
Not
exchange
personal
for the
advice,
PSF.
but another way of thinking about that would be the advisor could inform the member of different options that are available.
Okay. And could the advisor inform the member that one of the different options available would be to move to another fund, another superannuation fund entirely, not operated by the NAB group, that doesn't have the same types of fees on cash?
Yes,
I see. So that would be, again, so long as the advisor didn't specifically say, I've taken into account your personal circumstances, the advisor could just offer this as a possibility.
yes,
The problem for the advisor would be that if the advisor did that, the advisor would no longer be paid the PSF.
correct.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.5, MasterKey Personal Superannual Statement, June 15, NAB 00587402223, Exhibit 5.55.
Do you recall at all, Mr. Carter, whether there was any analysis that was performed while you were the Executive General Manager to identify cohorts of members like this one who is incurring high fees while being wholly invested in cash?
I don't recall.
Now,
I'm sorry, the answer may be equivocal. Is it that you have no memory of what the answer is, or the answer is that they're...
No, I have no memory.
Yes, thank you.
now, as I understand it, the PSF is not a commission, is that right?
Correct.
It has to be provided in exchange for a service.
It is
So it has to be paid in exchange for a service.
It is a fee that is paid by the member in return for access to service, and we distinguish that from a commission which is paid by a product provider, if that's the point you were making.
The commission is paid by a product provider to an advisor. The advisor isn't obligated to provide any service to a member in exchange for that
That's correct.
commission. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what I want to turn to then is understanding how Nullus approached commissions when it dealt with successive fund transfers during your period as Executive General Manager.
Yes.
And there was at least one successor fund transfer that went through during the period when you were Executive General Manager.
The one that we were describing at the very start, around the 30 June, 1st of July 2016, was a very significant successor fund transfer when I was responsible.
Right. And you prepared one of the co-authors of the papers presented to the board dealing with commissions.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that the people within your team went to a substantial effort to find a way to preserve commissions?
I would frame it as part of the successor fund transfer. One of the issues was around commissions, and the team thoroughly looked into that issue.
All right. Can we start with NAB.005.562.0528? So this is the board pack for a joint meeting
So,
of...
Hodge, there's a hard copy. Can the witness have that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
This is a joint meeting of the board of MLC nominees, Nullus and PFSN.
Yes.
The boards were identical, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And by this stage, you were into your role as the EGM of Super and Investment Platforms.
Yes, I was.
And could you just explain who Kathy Vincent?
Yes, Kathy worked directly for me. She was the general manager of our retail superannuation business.
Okay. And if we go over to page 20 of 34, begins .0547.
Yes.
And this is a just waiting for it to come up. Thank you. So this is the covering page for a paper prepared for one of the items on the agenda of the board as at December 2015.
December, yes.
And you'll see it's a paper that's described as Ms. Vincent's paper of 25 November 2015. I think if we go over to page .0550, 23 of 34, you're also one of the, I'm not sure if the term is co-authors or co-sponsors.
I would have been an ultimate sponsor of the paper.
Okay.
Yes.
She reports to you and
Yes.
you've got to sign off on the paper before it goes to the board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this paper is concerned with something called Project Mars.
Yes.
Could you just explain to the Commissioner what Project Mars was?
I believe that was the project name prior to the ultimate sale of the life company, the MLC Life Company and Nippon Life, and the associated work to do a successor fund transfer. That was confidential work at the time, and I believe that was the project name given to that body of work.
Okay. And you can see what's being explained at the top of page 21 of 34.0548 is the first part of the solution that you've explained to us already, which is that there'd be a new super fund established. Newlis was going to be the trustee for that super fund, and the Universal Super Scheme, which was the fund of which MLC Nominees was the trustee, was going to be amalgamated into this new fund.
Yes.
All right. And one of the...
Mr Hodge, where the system is responding very slowly. It's not the operator, it's the system, I suspect. The operator is doing his best. Yes, go on.
And there's then a discussion, or this paper concerns the trading up of certain types of products, one of which is called the ex Aviva products, and the other is the MLC Master Key Superannuation and Pension 5-star products.
Yes.
I just want to, taking each of those in turn, can we just deal with what the ex Aviva products were as you understood it?
Both of these product categories were off sale in the sense that they were no longer open to new members. The ex Aviva off sale products were those that in a sense were inherited from the Aviva merger or acquisition by MLC. And the 5-star products were legacy, again, off-sale products that were within the MLC suite of products.
All right. And these, though, MLC, the 5-star products, they're a legacy product, is that right? Different from the MKPS and the MKBS?
Correct. These are closed to new members.
Okay. And one of the points that's made in this paper, of which you're the co-sponsor, is that the ex Aviva products don't have any trail commission. You see about 2/3 of the way down the page, ex Aviva products, this group consists of 10 superannuation nil trail commission products.
Actually trying to read, this is in the middle of the...
It's in the middle of the page with .0548.
Yes.
Now popped out on the screen. You can see the pop out and then go back to the hard copy.
Yes. Thank you.
So they don't have any trail commission,
Yes.
but the 5-star products, they did have trail commission.
Yes, they do.
Okay. And if we then go over the page to .0549,
Yes.
what is proposed at the bottom of the page is that the ex Aviva products be transferred into MKPSF, which is the Masterkey Personal Super Fundamentals. I'm sorry, Super and Pension Fundamentals.
Yes.
And was that the same product you were referring to before as the fundamentals product?
Yes.
And one of the features of the fundamentals product is that it doesn't have any commission, is
That's
that right?
correct.
Okay. And so the ex Aviva products which don't have any trail commission will be transferred over into the product which doesn't have any commission.
Yes.
And the 5-star products which do have commission will be transferred over into the MLC Masterkey Super and Pension product.
That was the view at the time. I would note that that view has subsequently changed with management. But
Which part of the view changed?
at the time this paper was written, the 5-star product was intended to be traded up to the Masterkey Super and Pension product.
Yes.
That particular product has commissions,
Yes.
and what has subsequently been recommended to the board is that this product get traded up to a product that does not have commission.
I see. That's when you say what is subsequently recommended to the board. That's still though when you're the executive general manager. Is that right? This is you're talking about a decision that's made a couple of years ago.
Yes. So at the point of this paper, we were recommending that the 5-star product is traded up to Masterkey Super and Pension.
I understand. You see under the heading desired future state, there's an explanation of this idea of there being what they call on-sale, FOFA compliant, nil commission, MKSPF product, and the off-sale, pre-FOFA, commission-based product, which is MKSP.
Yes.
And then it says, this reflects the key requirement that the new fund trustee, successor trustee, be supportive of grandfathered advisor commissions under FOFA.
Yes.
And I just want to explore with you that requirement in this paper of which you are the co-sponsor.
Yes.
Who was it that had that requirement?
Having reread that line, I would say on reflection that requirement, read in that, so there was no requirement. There is no requirement for the trustee to be supportive of grandfather arrangements. That is a statement of fact.
I see. You're, notwithstanding what's in the paper, your view was there just wasn't a requirement that the new trustee needed to support grandfather commissions.
No, and what I am also confident of, when taken in its broader context, and certainly the conversations we were having with the board at the time, that was never a prescribed view from management, that there was a requirement of the trustee to grandfather.
All right. Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.6, Board Pack, MLC nominees, Newlis and PFS nominees, 2 December 15, NAB 005 562 0528, Exhibit 5.6.
Now, you referred to the major successor fund transfer that happened whilst you were the executive general manager. That was the one that happened in the middle of 2016, is that right?
Yes.
And could you just explain to the Commissioner what that successor fund transfer was?
Yes. The intent was to significantly simplify NAB's superannuation arrangements. As was articulated at the very start of this session, there were multiple trustee entities, multiple super funds, and there was an opportunity to consolidate multiple super funds in under one trustee and in turn simplify the number of funds. That's what the program of work was to do, to significantly simplify.
And is it fair to say the most major of those SFTs was to transfer TUS, the Universal Super Scheme, from MLC nominees over to Nullus?
Yes.
Right. And TUS was the fund that held those MKPS products, is that right?
Yes.
And MKBS products?
Yes.
I think it also, did it also held MKSP and MKSPF, or were they in a different?
No, I think they were all in there.
Okay. And the process for putting together the successor fund transfer for TUS into the Nullus MLC fund was one that was in train in early 2016.
Yes.
And can I suggest that there were two issues with maintaining grandfathered commissions once the successor fund transfer went through. The first was whether it was lawful to do so under the FOFA requirements.
Yes.
And the second was whether or not the new trustee, Nullus, could legitimately say it was in the best interests of members to agree for those commissions to continue to be paid.
Yes.
And ultimately, when the successor fund transfer happened, that's right?
Yes.
And did commissions continue to be paid once the successor fund transfer went through?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had to overcome those two potential challenges. Is it lawful under FOFA? Is it in the best interests of members?
Yes.
And so one of the things, in order to deal with the first challenge, a lot of thinking, I take it, went into it.
Yes.
And the idea that was arrived at was that the movement from the TUS into the new super fund of which Nullus was the trustee was actually a move from a platform rather than a move from a product. Is that right?
I can't recall the specifics. I'm sorry.
Well, can I help you? Can we bring up the document which is ASIC.0516.0001.0085? Commissioner, just noting the time, can I suggest it might be convenient if, and I'd have no objection to Mr. Carter being provided with a copy of this document and also a copy of the board paper, which is NAB.005.562.2915, and we could adjourn for lunch now, and I'm going to ask him about both of those documents after lunch,
Right,
but
give
he'd
him
then have the
time over
opportunity
lunch
to
to
have a
look at them.
Yes. If
Yes,
that's convenient.
if we come back at 2 o'clock. And if Mr. Young, your solicitors would be kind enough to make those documents available.
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour.
2 p.m.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr Hodge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Carter, you've had the opportunity to look at those documents over lunch.
Yes, thank you.
And has that helped you at all to remember the topic that we were talking about before lunch, which is the idea that Nullis or the trustee or somebody within Wealth came up with, that the trustee was operating a platform and therefore it was possible for the members to be moved between platforms while maintaining grandfathered commissions?
Yes, I note that reference in the paper.
Do you remember having been involved in this issue?
Yes.
Okay, and I think perhaps if we go to the relevant board paper, we go to NAB.005.562.2915. Would it help if I gave you that doc ID again? NAB.005.562.2915.
Is it not 35?
My version says 2915. There's may have been allocated a new document ID, which will be inconvenient. Right, we'll try NAB.005.562.3035. Underscore E for extract. All right. So this is part of the board pack again for an MLC nominees Nullis and PFSN board meeting.
Okay. So this is a different paper to the one we reviewed before lunch?
It should, let's,
We're talking about grandfathering, Commission?
yes, you're quite right. We'll just see whether, that's agenda item 6, capital A. We're looking for agenda item 4. You've got the right paper.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Carter. All right. While it's attempted to be found, I'll just direct you to the relevant parts. If you go to the page with 24-127 at the bottom of the page. I'm sorry, 24/127.
Yes.
So this is, at the bottom it shows who the relevant sponsors are of the paper.
Yes.
One of them is you,
Yes.
and another sponsor is Ms. Vincent, who we've spoken about earlier.
Yes.
She was within your team, but below you.
Correct. She reported to me.
And then another person is Tom Gard.
Yes.
Did he also report to you?
I believe he reported to the other person referenced on the page, Matt Lawrence.
All right. And Mr. Lawrence is the EGM of NAB Wealth Operations and Transformation.
Correct.
All right. And the paper, if we go back to page 20/127,
Yes.
is titled SFT Proposal Continuation of Commission Grandfathering.
Yes.
And if we then go over the page to the page which is 21/127, it ends in .2936 with the ringtail reference at the top of the page.
Yes.
you'll see there's a heading about a third of the way down, which is FOFA grandfathering rules.
Yes.
And it explains there, and I might, to assist the Commissioner, need to read out some substantial chunks of text. It says, grandfathering provisions exist which allow for the exclusion of certain arrangements from the ban on conflicted remuneration, which was introduced as part of the FOFA reforms. You've identified that part?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. To be grandfathered, conflicted remuneration must be paid pursuant to a pre-1 July 2013 payment arrangement. And then it goes on to say, in addition, for the exclusion to apply, the following conditions must be satisfied. 1, the benefit must be given by a person who is not acting in the capacity as a platform operator and must, Roman numeral 1, not be for the acquisition of a product for a client on or after 1 July 2014, and Roman numeral 2, must relate, at least in part, to a pre-July 2014 service to the client, or, oh, there we go, we've managed to find it. So if we go over to the 2 pages over from that page. And then blow up the section in the middle, which is in addition for the exclusions to apply. And I had just read out condition 1, but the alternative to condition 1 is condition 2, which is the benefit must be given by a person who is acting in the capacity as a platform operator and must relate to a person who opened an account on the platform before 1 July 2014.
Yes.
And is what happened this, that somebody came up with the idea that when the successor fund transfer was performed, it would be possible to say that Nullus was acting in the capacity of a platform operator.
I think the best way that I can discuss this whole section of the paper is that one of the requirements for the trustee to consider grandfathering was that it would be legally permissible to do so.
Yes.
And this section of the paper deals to those legal considerations. And the way I remember this is that we sought legal advice on these conditions, and the legal advice concluded that it was permissible to continue the grandfathering.
I take it what you're saying is the detail of how it was said to be a platform and how that would work is something that you weren't familiar with.
Correct.
All right. You just understood that you'd obtained some legal advice and the effect of that was that it was possible to say that grandfathered commission could legally continue.
That's certainly, as I sit here today, that is a fair statement.
And there was a concern, wasn't there, about what ASIC's view of this would be?
As either articulated in this paper or another one that was provided to me, we felt it was prudent, notwithstanding the fact that we had legal advice to saying that continuing grandfathering was permissible, we thought it was prudent in the circumstances to proactively contact ASIC to discuss the matter, which we did. And I think the right response was that ASIC had no further questions of us, is the way in which I would describe it. But yes, we proactively engaged with ASIC on the matter.
Do you recall that an urgent meeting was sought with ASIC before the paper was to be delivered to the board?
I was reminded when I read the paper over lunch that a meeting was sought with ASIC, yes.
All right. And do you recall that what was sought from ASIC was that ASIC would take no action, would do nothing?
I can't recall the specific request. What I can say in general terms was the intent was to proactively engage with our regulator on this component of the proposal.
Are you familiar with the idea of a no action letter from ASIC?
In broad terms, yes.
Could you explain to the Commissioner what your understanding is of a no action letter?
My understanding of a no action letter is that while we were not seeking approval from ASIC, or certainly ASIC did not provide it, nor did they express particular concerns. So they would be the effect of noting the proposal would be my understanding.
And I think you've reviewed the paper, another paper over lunch. And again, I may just be testing your memory to a point where it's beyond you now to remember this 2 years later. Do you remember that what NAB was doing was going to ASIC and saying, we don't want a no action letter. We're just telling you this, but if you think you should issue a no action letter, then you could do that as well.
I can't remember the specifics. What I can say is the intent was proactive engagement with the regulator on the work that we were doing.
And just to understand the work that you were doing, a successor fund transfer was to be treated as a platform transfer. Is that right?
I'm afraid I believe that is the implication of what we've just discussed.
I think, to be fair to the witness, Commissioner, I think what Mr. Carter is saying, I had understood him to be saying, and he can confirm, is the legal detail of it is not or the particular legal structure of it is not something that he certainly can recall now. He just remembers that it was said,
Thank you.
you can do it. Is that a fair?
Thank you. That is a fair statement.
Summary? And then the second step that had to be gone through was to persuade the trustee that it would be in the interests of members to continue commissions.
Yes.
And this paper that we're looking here is the final product of the putting together of a paper to attempt to do that.
Yes.
And if we go to page .2938, which is 23/127.
Yes.
So we can see at the top of the page, to take up the story, that what's being reported to the board is ASIC confirmed that it will provide no response in relation to the information provided to them.
Yes.
See that? And then the remainder of this is to attempt to explain how it can be said that it's in the best interests of members.
Yes.
And the first point that is made is, by continuing existing commission payments to advice licensees, the equivalency of members' rights and interests will be maintained.
Yes.
See that under the heading impact to members' rights and interests?
Yes, I do.
Just want to understand what that means. The point of commission is that the members don't have an entitlement to any particular service in exchange for the payment of that commission.
Yes.
So by continuing the existing commission payments to advice licensees, the equivalency of members' rights will be that they had nothing and they still have nothing. Is that right?
I think the way that I would frame the equivalency point is that the nature of the SFT, which was a subject of this paper, in no way changed pre and post those rights.
I don't think we're disagreeing. They were paying, the members were having commission deducted from their account balances and receiving no service in exchange for it before the SFT, and that would continue after the SFT.
I don't think that is a fair statement in the senses of saying that no service was provided. What we can say is that a commission was paid before and paid after. While it's not a fee for service, it certainly does not mean that services were not being provided. It's just under a commission arrangement. The way in which those were paid for was different.
I think we need to be a bit more precise about that. The point of a commission arrangement is there's no obligation on the part of the advisor to provide the service.
That's true.
So I understand your point, which is it's possible that the advisors were providing some service.
Yes, well, I would say probable.
Would it not make more sense to let members just agree with their financial advisors as to what services the advisors were going to provide and what payments the members were going to make for those services?
I think maybe some points of context here. First of all, MLC as an organisation had long championed the move, actually pioneered the move across the industry from moving from commissions to fee for advice models. So at an overarching level, Mr. Hodge, I agree with your statement. We wanted to move progressively more businesses and advisors to those types of arrangements. The conclusion of this particular paper was there was an SFT that was under consideration. We knew that the benefits of the SFT, if done, were going to be significant to multiple stakeholders, including members, just through the sheer simplification of the entity structure, amongst many other things. So having established the fact that it was permissible to continue, we felt, the proposal to the trustee was that it would be in members' interest to allow the commissions to continue and then get all the other benefits associated with the SFT.
Do you agree with me that you could do the SFT without grandfathering commissions?
And we considered those options in the paper, yes.
You agree that that is possible?
Yes.
So the benefits of the SFT, which are about scale and efficiency and cost savings and things like that, they could all be obtained without having to grandfather commissions?
They could.
So those benefits have nothing to do with the decision as to whether or not to grandfather commissions?
I understand your point.
Do you agree? Those benefits have nothing to do with whether or not to grandfather commissions?
I don't think it's an irrelevant consideration, because this was a decision to say we want the SFT to happen, and the options which would have benefits to members, a subset was then, do we in that context continue commissions to retain this benefit or not? And we conclude that it was in the members' interest to allow the continuation.
I just don't understand that, Mr. Carter. You're going to have to explain it a lot better.
Okay.
Perhaps you could try by articulating what the benefits to members are of continuing commissions.
What we concluded in the paper is that if the commission arrangements were cancelled, that would in effect have the result of a breach of contract by the trustee with its advisors. If that happened, it is also highly likely that advisors and the amount of assets in the fund would be reduced, because it is the advisors that we were dealing with would be dissatisfied that Nulis had knowingly breached a contract to continue paying commissions, and it's in that context that the trustee agreed that by continuing grandfathering and not having clients move elsewhere and funds maintaining in the super fund, and that was ultimately in the best interest of members.
Let's take those propositions in turn. Nulis didn't have any contractual arrangement with the advisors, did it?
Yes.
It was a different MLC nominee that had, or MLC company that had contractual arrangements.
Yes, at that
with
time,
advisors.
yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So in fact, what was happening was that Nulis was going to take up new contractual obligations in order to be able to make these grandfathered payments.
That is true.
All right. So it can't be that Nulis would have breached any contract by refusing to continue commissions.
That is true.
Okay. And this is a decision that we're talking about of Nulis.
Yes.
Is there some suggestion that Nulis ought to take into account the interests of other members of the MLC group?
Can you clarify your question?
Is there any suggestion by you that Nulis, in deciding what's in the best interests of members, ought to take into account the interests of the other members of the MLC group?
No.
The NAB group? Okay, so we can disregard any issue about breach of contract. Do you agree with that?
For Nulis, yes.
And this is the decision of Nulis.
Yes, thank you.
And in fact, just in relation to that, isn't it the case that under the advisor agreements, it's possible for the relevant MLC nominee to terminate the agreement by giving 30 days notice?
I can't confirm that to be true.
Is there anything in this paper that explains or positively asserts that there would be some liability on the part of Nulis or indeed any other member of the NAB group in the event that the SFT proceeded without grandfathered commissions?
Yes, I believe there is.
Are you referring to the top of page 24/127?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's bring that up. It's the next page over, .2939. You see, you're referring to the first paragraph at the top of the page, is that right?
Yes.
And it says, if the trustee was to contemplate terminating commission payments, separate legal advice would need to be obtained to determine whether commission payments could be terminated without exposing MLC nominees or Nulis or any other entity of the NAB group to liability for breach of contract.
Yes.
That's the sentence that you rely upon?
That is what I was referring to, yes.
And that suggests, doesn't it, that you don't know, or you didn't know at the time that you sponsored this paper, whether there would be a liability of MLC nominees or any other member of the NAB group in the event that grandfather commission ceased?
I think it was very clear that if these commission arrangements were terminated, that would in itself constitute a breach of contract.
That's the opposite of what is said in that sentence that you've pointed to.
It was my understanding, it is my understanding still, that the issue at play was if the trustee did not honour the commission arrangements, then that would constitute breach of contract.
That's not what the paper says, is it?
Okay.
Doesn't say that's the issue at play.
Okay.
You agree with that?
I can see the distinction between the previous trustee and the Nulis trustee.
It's not just that, is it? There's multiple different issues with your statement that it was clear that there was a breach of contract. The first issue is, as you've agreed, there's a difference between Newless, the new trustee, and the old trustee. You agree with that?
Yes.
Newless is not a party to the contracts with the advisors at this time.
At this time, that's correct.
The second issue is, you're saying you understood that it was clear that there would be a breach of contract if grandfathering commissions were terminated. In fact, the paper says if the trustee was to contemplate terminating commissions, separate legal advice would need to be obtained to determine whether anybody is actually going to be liable for breach of contract. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So breach of contract cannot have been the reason for making this decision. Do you agree?
For the Newless trustee, I accept that. Thank you.
And then if we go back a page, see about halfway down the page, it says alternative options. In considering whether it would be appropriate for Newless to continue to pay grandfathered commissions following the SFT, management also considered the following alternative options.
Yes.
And the second option that was considered was to cease the payment of grandfathered commissions
Yes.
immediately following the SFT.
Yes.
And it's said about that without mitigating actions, a significant impact to member attrition is considered possible due to consequent financial advisor dissatisfaction, and this would lead to the following member consequences. And the first is, due to high levels of member attrition, a significant reduction in funds under management would arise. Just want to start with that proposition. Can you explain to the Commissioner the logic of this proposition?
The logic was that if commissions were ceased to financial advisors, then they would likely take those clients to different providers. There would be dissatisfaction with the group, notwithstanding they would perceive that someone is breaching a contract. I take the point that it may not be Newless, but they would then likely move their customers to a different fund. Well, that is a possibility, or that was what was contemplated. And that would then have subsequent impacts on the sustainability of the fund by virtue of the fact that the assets had fallen.
And again, so that we can understand this, you know that financial advisors are obliged to act in the best interest of their members.
Yes.
How is it, in your view, that they're going to decide to move their members to some other product, superannuation product, given that obligation to act in the best interests of members?
I think it would have been a common understanding that if the commission arrangements were cancelled, then those financial advisors would be dissatisfied with MLC as a business and likely take the business elsewhere.
We come back to my question. How does that proposition fit with the obligation of financial advisors to act in the best interests of their clients?
I think those two can be reconciled, and in the sense
Please do.
that a financial advisor does have that obligation, and it could be met with MLC products or other providers.
I see there might be two products equally suited for the client, one of which is the Nullis product and one of which is the product of some other provider. And in that case, the financial advisor, because they were annoyed with Nullis, might choose to move to a different provider. Is that right?
That could happen.
Right. And that was the risk that was of concern here.
Yes.
And Can I offer some other possible alternatives, and you help the Commissioner to think about these? Was it a view of management, which you are one and the sponsor of this paper, that for so long as the financial advisors were receiving commission, they would not look to move their clients to another superannuation provider?
That is a fair statement.
And that is, even if it was in the best interests of that member to move to another product, the financial advisor would keep the member in the nullus product because they were receiving commission.
As you point out, the best interest duty sits with the financial advisor, and so that obligation is best answered by that financial advisor.
No, I'm afraid you can't avoid the question in that way, Mr. Carter, because you see this is a paper being presented by management and by you to the board to make a decision on the basis of a prediction as to how the financial advisors are going to act. And my question is about the view that you, as part of the management team that sponsored this paper, took as to how financial advisors would behave. So if we come back to my question, is it the case that the view you took was that for so long as the financial advisors were continuing to receive commission from the nullus product, they would not, or would be unlikely, to act in the best interests of their members by moving those customers to a different superannuation product?
I would frame it as they would be less likely to move their customers to a different product. I'm not convinced on the best interest argument,
Why not?
because I'm not in a position to comment on the best interests of advisors and their relationship with the customer.
Was there any assessment done of the number of members that were likely to be moved as a consequence of commissions being turned off?
I believe there was. I can't recall, but I believe there was.
Was there an assessment done as to what the financial effects would be for the NAB group if commissions were turned off?
I can't recall.
Because certainly a proportion of the financial advisors who were receiving this commission were financial advisors that were either corporate authorised representatives or authorised representatives of AFSL holders that formed part of the NAB group. Is that right?
That would have been a portion of these advisors.
So there would have been a financial detriment to the NAB group as a consequence of these commissions being turned off?
Yes.
And if it's the case that freed of the inducement of commissions, the advisors would move the customers to a different product consistent with the advisor's best interest duty, then that would also be to the financial detriment of the NAB group,
Yes.
because those members would no longer be part of the part of the super fund, and therefore the various fees that are earned on those members and that ultimately are passed back to the NAB group would no longer be earned.
Yes.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Board paper 10 June 16, AMLC nominees, Newless and PFS nominees, NAB 005562. What's the last four digits that are the best reference, Mr. Hodge? We've had about 5 goes at it.
I'll say .2934_E.
Thank you.
Getting a
Exhibit
nod.
5.7.
Thank you. Now, this paper went through a number of drafts,
I believe that would be true.
and I'm going to bring up another document. Thank you. Can we bring up NAB.076.027.5939? So I don't know that you've got this document. It's probably being brought over to you. I'm sorry, I think I've actually given you the wrong doc ID. Can we go to NAB.076.027.5933?
Should Mr Carter hand back the hard copy he's been handed, I think?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Can we have the hard copy back?
Thank you. So this is a chain of emails. You can see you're included on the chain of emails, Mr Carter.
Yes.
And if we go over the page to the page ending .5934, you'll see this is an email from Brian Marriott.
Yes.
Who was Brian Marriott?
Brian Marriott was part of what we call the Office of the Trustee. The trustee representative, a first-line control to make sure that trustee interests were followed.
Right. And so this is an email in which he's providing comments on the draft version of the final paper we've now looked at. Have you looked at this email before you've come to give evidence today?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'll just point out a couple of things to you and see if this helps you at all. Do you see that Mr. Marriott says about halfway down the page, the commercial arguments made in the paper should be a secondary consideration to the member interest considerations. The fiduciary considerations are what is most relevant, and I would like to see some of the commercial aspects tempered. I understand the significance of the commercial impacts, and I do think the paper brings some bias to the commercial risks, which are real, given the strength of concerns in that space. And to be clear, I am not suggesting ignoring that or being silent. What were the commercial concerns that are being referred to here?
I can't be exactly sure what Brian is referring to in this email.
Do you remember, bearing in mind you were the EGM of the superannuation and platforms and you were the sponsor of the paper, what the commercial concerns were that existed within NAB about not grandfathering commissions?
I think they would be consistent with the discussion we were having previously.
A loss of revenue to the NAB group.
Yes.
I
tender that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.8, NAB 076027593, emails of May 16, Carter and others, Newless grandfathering arrangements paper.
And then can we bring up NAB.076.047.7201? We go to the next page. We go to the page ending .7204. Now this is a chain of emails, Mr. Carter. You don't seem to be on it, although Miss Vincent, who reports to you, is on it. Mr. Guard, who's in a different section, is on it. If we go to page .7205, and you see at the bottom of the page, there's an email from Mr. Marriott dated the 23rd of April 2016. It's sent to a number of people. Again, you're not on it. I assume you don't recall having seen
No, I
this
do not.
email? All right. I just want to ask you about a proposition that Mr. Marriott puts forward over the following page, which is .7206. And it's a bit difficult to see, but about a quarter of the way down the page, you'll see Mr. Marriott expresses the view, don't think any of that material in the appendices have any relevance to the issue. It's just noise that will make people cranky and look like we are trying to create a diversion. We've long been told that very few of those members in these old products actually are being actively advised, and there is plenty of evidence to support that. It's pretty clear that many would not be where they are if they were being actively advised, for example, 5-star. In fact, the whole Ex Aviva 5-star strategy at one point was about getting some funding from the trustee to pilot engagement with members and re-engage them in the advice process. Seems a cute argument to make that we should grandfather because these people are getting something in return for the commissions being paid, when all the paper trail will tell a different story. Now, this is a different paper that Mr. Marriott is considering. I want to understand whether this reflects your views or your recollection of your views. The first is, do you recall that it was clear that members who are in older products were for the most part not getting advice?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall this specific idea that members who are in 5-star products were not getting advice?
No, I don't recall that.
And similarly, Ex Aviva products?
No.
All right. So your view is they were getting advice?
I had no reason to believe they weren't.
All right. And is the risk that...
Well, is it therefore a matter to which you simply did not turn your mind?
In the context of this, that would be... I'm not in a position to say, Commissioner.
Well, the question's not intended to be critical of you. I just want to understand your position. Is it the position that you did not turn your mind to whether these people were or were not getting advice?
The challenge I've got is I was not on this email, and so I don't know the context in which I would have turned my mind to that question.
Mr. Carter, I want to move to another topic now, or to return to a topic we've been looking at.
This email is...
I'm sorry, I attend to that, Commissioner.
Emails April 16, Marriott and others, FOFA paper, NAB 07604777201, Exhibit 5.9.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to return to the issue of PSFs, Mr. Marriott, and I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, and just try to understand some aspects of that. Can we bring up asic.0038.0003.8292. So this is, you'll see a publication from MLC concerning the Master Key Business Super.
Yes.
And if we go to the second page, you'll see it's the employer guide, and the preparation date is the 19th of November 2012,
Yes.
and it's issued by MLC nominees.
Yes.
And then if we go over the page to dot 8305, this is part of the guide directed towards members. Directed towards employers. And you see there's a middle column which is fees you negotiate with your plan advisor.
Yes.
And it says there are a number of ways you can remunerate your plan advisor for the services they provide you and your employees. You see that?
Yes.
And then it says these fees are paid by your employees.
Yes.
And the first one is advisor contribution fee.
Yes.
And says we deduct up to 5.88% of contributions to pay your plan advisor.
Yes.
This amount is agreed by you with your plan advisor.
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry, actually, I'll come back to that in a moment. And then you see the second one is plan service fee. This fee is up to 1.5% of your employee's account balance. It may be a dollar amount as long as it doesn't exceed this limit.
Yes.
And the guide appears to be representing that both the advisor contribution fee and plan service fee are parts of the ways in which the employer can remunerate the employer's plan advisor for services that the plan advisor provides to the employer and the employer's employees. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Now, I just want to understand that in light of an answer you gave this morning where you said advisor contribution fee is commission.
Thank you. Yes.
Now, if it was commission, it wouldn't be a payment for services. Do you agree?
Yes.
And do you agree that what is being said here by MLC nominees to employers is that the advisor contribution fee will be part of the remuneration that is paid to the advisor for services?
I think what it says is we deduct that amount paid to your plan advisor. The amount is agreed with you and your plan advisor. I don't see a reference to services.
No, look above that. There are a number of ways you can remunerate your plan advisor for the services they provide you and your employees.
Yes.
These fees are paid by your employees, and then it lists out
Yes.
three. The first two are described as fees, and the third one is a commission.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand the answer you gave earlier to the effect that advisor contribution fee is a commission rather than a fee for service.
That is my understanding.
But why?
Sorry, a fee for, it's a commission, yes. Doesn't mean that services weren't being provided.
No, I understand, but this appears to be saying to the employers, you can agree with the plan advisor that they will be remunerated in various ways for the services they provide you and your employees.
Yes.
So that would suggest that advisor contribution fee is not a commission, It is a fee for the services that the plan advisor provides to the employer and the employees.
What I'm saying is I understand pre-FOFA is that this was a form of commission.
No, you see, as you know, this is the publication put out by MLC in November of 2012.
Yes.
And you've explained to us earlier, MLC moved earlier than FOFA required in order to switch commissions to fees for service.
Yes.
And this is the guide that's been published to employers about that.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is, why do you say that advisor contribution fee is a commission in light of what's said by MLC to the employers?
Only my rationale is that it doesn't mean, just because a commission is being paid, it doesn't mean that services aren't being provided. That is my understanding.
No, that's right. But there's an important difference, isn't there, between a commission and a fee for service, which is, if it's a commission and you don't provide services, then MLC can say, and does say, we don't have to refund the money if we don't provide the service.
Yes.
But if it's a fee for a service and MLC hasn't provided the service, or the advisor hasn't provided the service, then MLC has to refund the money.
If that were true, that would be the case.
All right. So, when we look at what was said in November of 2012 to employers, employers were told that the advisor contribution fee and the plan service fee, and in fact somewhat oddly the insurance commission, was to be paid to the plan advisor for the services that are provided by the plan advisor to the employer and the employees. Do you agree?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I've correctly understood the view that you hold, which is, notwithstanding what's said here, that in fact it wasn't remuneration for service, it was just a commission. That is, advisor contribution fee was not remuneration for service, it was just a commission.
That is my understanding.
Right. And can you explain what the basis of your understanding is?
I understand that the advisor contribution fee was a commission. It does not mean that services weren't provided, but the nature of the arrangement was a commission arrangement.
Yes. What is the basis for your understanding that the nature of the arrangement was a commission arrangement?
My recollection of what the advisor contribution fee was, it was, by its characterisation, a commission.
Who characterised it in that way?
I don't know.
And when?
I don't know.
Right. Do you agree with me that your understanding appears to be inconsistent with what is set down in this employer guide?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Because on my read of this document, advisors can still provide services, notwithstanding that it is being paid through a commission.
Now, I think you know that's not an answer to my question, because we've now acknowledged a number of times that the difference between commission and a fee for service is that with commission there is no obligation to provide a service, but with fee for service there is. We've agreed on that difference, haven't we?
Yes.
And what I'm trying to understand is why it is that you think that this statement, that there are a number of ways you can remunerate your plan advisor for the services they provide you and your employees, and then a list of advisor contribution fee and plan service fee and, oddly, insurance commission, is consistent with your view that the advisor contribution fee is not remuneration for services, it is commission.
And sorry, Mr. Hodge, what is your question?
Yes, what I want you to explain is, why do you say, notwithstanding what's set out here, that the advisor contribution fee is not remuneration paid to the advisor for services?
At risk of repeating myself, it is because that particular fee was, as I understand, a commission.
Is there something that distinguishes, then, in your mind, the advisor contribution fee from the plan service fee?
Yes,
And what is that?
that the intent of the plan service fee was, its character was an advice fee as opposed to a commission.
Whose intent?
The intent of management at the time.
Of MLC?
Yes.
I hope we're getting somewhere. Your point is, management intended that the advisor contribution fee would be a commission, but didn't intend that the plan service fee would be a commission.
Yes.
And therefore, that intention of management determines whether it's a commission or a service fee.
No, I don't think it's the intention of management that determines its character.
I see. How does the commissioner now, or anybody, looking back and engaged in some sort of fact-finding exercise, determine whether something is a commission or a fee for service?
It should be disclosed it should be disclosed.
Right. I tender that document, Commissioner.
MLC Master Key Business Employer Guide, November 2012, ASIC 0038 0003 8292, Exhibit 5.10.
Right, so the way in which it will be disclosed, if you were staying in the plan, is by a significant event notice.
If there was a change, yes.
Yes. Well, if you were, for example, going from commission to fees for service, then you would have to issue an SEN.
Correct.
Right. Can we go to ASIC.0036.0001.2760? So this is the reference guide that explains the changes that were being made for members of TUS from 8 September 2012.
Yes.
And you can see it was prepared on the 1st of June 2012.
Can't see that.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you look down in the left-hand corner, you'll see preparation date.
Yes.
And if we go to page 4, this is explaining the new simplified fee structure that MLC was moving members of the Master Key Business Super product to.
Yes.
It says we're changing the fees for MLC Master Key Business Super to make them simpler and more transparent.
Yes.
And then if we look down at the second half of the page, we say fees when money moves into or out of the fund.
Yes.
We see contribution fee,
Yes.
up to 5.88% of each contribution.
Yes.
A lower contribution fee can be negotiated by your employer with your plan advisor. The contribution fee is calculated as a percentage of your investment and deducted from your account by selling units at the time the contribution is invested.
Yes.
A different contribution fee percentage can be applied to personal and employer contributions.
Yes.
Right. And it then says, so that was the fee up until the 8th of September 2012, and it says new. This fee is now called the advisor contribution fee, refer to advice fees on page 10. You see that?
Yes.
And then if we go to page 10, it says a new simplified and transparent fee structure, the value of advice. You may pay a plan service fee to your plan advisor. This fee applies if your employer has arranged for the advisor to provide financial advice services that are tailored to the needs of the employees in your company.
Yes.
And then you see there's a table starting from the halfway down the page which says current and new.
Yes.
And then there's a line which says advice fees, fees your employer negotiates with your plan advisor.
Yes.
And advisor contribution fee. This fee is currently called the contribution fee.
Yes.
And we've looked at that already. And then the new one is up to 5.88% of each contribution. The contribution fee can be agreed by your employer with your plan advisor.
Yes.
The advisor contribution fee is deducted from your account at the time the contribution is invested.
Yes.
A different advisor contribution fee percentage can be applied to member and employer contributions.
Yes.
And just so that I understand, your understanding is that the advisor contribution fee is not actually a fee for advice.
That is my understanding.
Even though the SEN describes it as advice fees.
That is my understanding.
Right. Instead, it's a commission, is that right?
That is my understanding.
Right. And again, just so I understand, is the characterisation of it as a commission consistent, in your view, with what's set out in this guide?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just, bearing in mind the things we've already talked about, explain why that is?
I believe this was a fee pre-FOFA that had been disclosed, commission fee that had been disclosed. But its character, again, what it was a commission.
All right. And then you see the next advice fee that was the current advice fee was asset-based commission.
Yes.
And another one of the current advice fees was employer service fee.
Yes.
And so the asset-based commission could have been up to 0.33%.
Yes.
And the employer service fee could have been up to 1.1%.
Yes.
And bearing in mind the many nuances of the commission versus fee for service distinction, are we agreed that the employer service fee was at all times a fee for service?
The employer service fee was a commission.
So when it says a fee of up to 1.1% of your account balance may be agreed for group-based advice, it's actually a commission.
Yes.
It's not a fee for the service of group-based advice.
It was a fee that was paid, but it was a commission.
And it was a commission because if it was not a commission, then the advisor would be obliged to provide services in exchange for the fee.
That is true.
But is there any more complexity to it than that MLC calls it a commission because otherwise if services weren't provided, the money would have to be refunded?
The nature of a commission is ultimately paid by the product provider to the advisor.
Well, yes, it's provided by the product provider after the product provider has deducted the relevant amount from the...
That is right.
owner,
That is the nature of what, that is one of the features of the commission arrangement.
It is ultimately paid for by the customer. Do you
Ultimately, yes, that is true.
agree? Okay, but your point is the legal arrangement is that the product issuer is agreeing to pay the money to the advisor. Is
Correct.
that right? And the customer is agreeing to allow the product issuer to deduct commission.
Yes.
And this question of whether the employer service fee is a commission or a fee for service, is that something that you looked into during the time when you were the EGM?
No, all of these, the time at which this change was made was prior to my role and when I moved into the superannuation business. So the changes here were made moving these asset-based commissions and the employer service fee, changing those arrangements to, as described here, the planned service fee. And this happened before my arrival.
Understand. Just stepping back for a moment, during the period when you were the EGM for superannuation and platforms, do you recall anybody raising an issue as to whether the employer service fee was a commission or a fee for service?
No,
Okay. You don't remember ever having turned your attention to consider
no,
that? Okay. And so your understanding was that asset-based commission and the employer service fee were both commissions,
yes,
and they were 0.33% for the asset-based commission and 1.1% for the employer service fee.
yes,
So cumulatively, they were 1.43%, or up to 1.43%.
yes,
And then they were replaced with the plan service fee, which was a fee of up to 1.5% of your account balance.
yes,
And we agree, I think, the plan service fee is a fee for service.
The planned service fee was a fee for access to general advice and support services.
I don't understand it. It says the fee is for providing financial services that are tailored to the needs of the employees in your company.
Yes,
How can it be a fee for access?
well, there certainly is other documentation that refers to access.
Documentation from 2012?
I do not know the specific answer to your question.
So again, your understanding of the plan service fee is that it was a fee for access to service,
General advice and support services.
not a fee for providing financial services.
Correct.
Okay. And so in that respect as well, the reference guide issued by MLC that we're looking at is misleading.
I'm not in a position to make that statement.
Just as a matter of fact, you're saying this, what is stated in this reference guide is, in your view, untrue.
I'm saying that I agree that that wording could have been enhanced.
Right. And one of the other features of this page is that at the top of the page it describes fees your employer negotiates with your plan advisor for these advice fees. I'm sorry, I said at the top of the page. A third of the way down, you see it's identifying advice fees your employer negotiates with your plan advisor. You see that?
So where are you?
I'm sorry, I said a third. I think I should have said a half. You see halfway down the page, it says current new advice fees your employer negotiates with your plan advisor.
Yes.
Okay. And the advisor contribution fee and the plan service fee are both under the heading of fees your employer negotiates with your plan advisor.
Yes.
And then at the bottom of the page, we see fees you can negotiate with your financial advisor.
Yes. And
under there, it lists advisor service fee and it says there's no change for that.
Yes.
And to tie this all back to a point you made this morning, you're saying for the plan service fee, even when it forms part of the Master Key Business Super product, it is actually a fee that can be negotiated by the employee with the advisor.
Yes.
And in fact, even more than that, it is a fee that the employee doesn't even need to negotiate about with the advisor. The employee can just call up MLC and say, switch that off.
Yes, it's negotiated in the first instance with the advisor, with the employer, but then the member has the opportunity to then further reduce the fee.
Well, they can just call MLC up and say, switch it off.
That's my understanding.
And that was the same for both the Master Key Business Super product and the Master Key Personal Super product.
That's my understanding.
But the reference guide, do we agree, doesn't say that?
This reference guide does not.
Okay. And then if we go over the page to asic.0036.0001.2770, this is then explaining what happens when you leave the employer and get transferred over to the Master Key Personal Super product.
Yes.
And it says your administration fee may increase as you will no longer be part of an employer plan.
Yes.
And then it says any advisor contribution fee will cease.
Yes.
And can I just check, that was the case, was it? That the advisor contribution fee would cease when an employee was transferred from the business product to the personal product?
Yes.
Okay. And then any plan service fee will be capped at 0.44%.
Yes.
And that plan service fee there, is that a fee for service or a commission?
No, that is an advice fee.
Okay. And well, sorry, this can be confusing. It's not an advisor service fee. It's not.
No, it is.
It's not a fee for personal advice,
Correct.
which would be the advisor service fee. It's a fee for. Now you said for advice. Do you mean access to advice?
Yes, this is the plan service fee.
Yes.
Fee for access to general advice
Okay.
and support services.
And is there anything that identifies that that's what it's for?
Not on this page.
Okay. Have you seen any contemporaneous document from 2012 that identified what the PSF was for?
It would have been included in other forms of member disclosure, but I don't have that at my fingertips.
What would that, just so we can try to look for it, what would that mean? Would that mean the product disclosure statement?
Correct.
And I had thought, perhaps incorrectly, that you get the SEN, which we've just been looking at, even though it's termed a reference guide, because you're already in the product and you get the product disclosure statement if you're joining the product. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're already in the product, do you receive some other document, or would you expect to receive some other document that would say what the plan service fee is for?
You'd expect an SEN.
Is this not the SEN?
I can't recall.
Okay. Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.11, NAB. No, it's an ASIC document, is it, Mr Hodge?
I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner.
ASIC 0036 001 2760 MLC Master Key Business Super Plan Reference Guide dated 1 June 12 with effect from 8 September 12. Exhibit 5.11.
Can we go back to a document that was tendered earlier? It's NAB.005.874.0223.
Exhibit 5.55.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this is the Master Key Personal Super Annual Statement that we were looking at this morning, Mr Carter.
Yes.
And then if we go to page .0226, you see there that one of the fees is advisor contribution fee debited, and it's $91.67.
Yes.
I'm just hoping you can help us with this. Wasn't that the fee that got dialed down to zero when you moved from MKBS to MKPS?
Yes.
And so what would be the reason why it would still be being charged?
I can't explain that. And if it was, it would be, if my understanding is right, it would be an error.
Right. So if there was an advisor contribution fee coming out of an MKPS account, that would be an error.
I believe that is correct.
Can we go then to NAB.005.871.0022? So this, as we understand it, is an internal document of MLCs, which is the question and answers that apply for turning off commissions.
Yes, thank you.
And you see item number 3 is, what action will we take if a member requests us to turn off commissions or stop paying their plan advisor?
Yes.
And it says, when a member directly requests us to turn off commissions, we will perform the following.
Yes.
And it lists various things that will be turned off or changed.
Yes.
And one thing is that the plan service fee will be removed.
Yes.
And that's consistent with the point you were making this morning, which is that if somebody had called up MLC and asked to remove the plan service fee, it would have been removed.
Yes.
And the issue with the disclosure that was made by MLC and Nullis was that members weren't necessarily told that they could do that.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes, and I'll leave out the adverb. The issue or the problem that MLC and Nullis have now identified is that it wasn't disclosed to members that they could call up and turn off the plan service fee.
That disclosure was not clear enough, correct?
Yes. It said well, in fact, we've looked at what it said. One of the things it said is this is a fee negotiated by your employer with your advisor.
So yes, that I agree that we conclude that that disclosure was inadequate.
All right. And then you see the second bullet point, which is remove advisor contribution fees.
Yes.
So I just want to understand that. Is this consistent with your understanding that if a member was to call up MLC and ask to switch off the advisor contribution fee, they could do so?
I don't recall, but that is clearly what the document suggests.
All right. And then they can also remove the advisor service fee,
Yes.
and their insurance will get converted over to My Super.
Yes.
And that means that if it's My Super insurance, there's no commission that's going to be paid out of the My Super insurance.
Correct.
And then the advisor will be changed to MLC Direct.
Yes.
And that's only for MKPS members.
That's what this suggests. Yes.
And then there's two other things, that is to confirm the change to members and inform the advisor.
Yes.
And then you see question number 4, what if the request is to remove or change the plan advisor?
Yes.
And the explanation is in step 1 for what happens with an MKPS member, and it says MKBS members cannot remove or change their plan's advisor.
Yes.
But step 2 says for any member, either MKBS or MKPS, remove all fees, commissions as per question 3 above.
Yes.
And so that would suggest that even if the member was to just call up and ask to remove their plan advisor and they were an MKBS member, they could remove first their plan service fee,
Yes.
and that's the point you made this morning,
Yes.
and they could also remove their advisor contribution fee according to this.
Yes.
And they could remove their advisor's service fee,
Yes.
and they could convert their insurance to My Super.
Yes.
And is it the case that you were unaware of the possibility of removing the advisor contribution fee until now?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see point 4 under number 4 is if an MKBS plan's advisor is changed to MLC Direct, remove any advisor contribution fees.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things I'm just trying to make sure I've understood is, you see there's an asterisk below that, which is according to FOFA requirements, pre-existing commission arrangements must be terminated when an MKPS member changes advisors.
Yes.
And that asterisk just seems to be to the word MKPS, which is point 1.
Yes.
The reason I draw your attention to that is because I just want to make sure we haven't misunderstood anything in relation to this document. if the advisor contribution fee was, as you believe it to be, a commission rather than a fee for service, would that have any effect on whether or not the member could just call up and turn it off?
Yes,
And why is that?
because my understanding is with commission arrangements, the member would not have the ability to turn them off or reduce them.
And again, you may just not be able to help us with this, but why is that?
Because I think that's one of the features of then moving to a fee model, that then the end customer has more control. They pay the fee directly and are able to reduce the fee. They're in control.
I understand that's the pitch, which is the benefit of fees, is that it's then something that the member has control over, and also that they actually get a service for it, and probably many other things. But I'm just trying to understand why it is that you believe that a member can't turn off deductions from their superannuation used to pay commission.
I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay. Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Internal Q&A, removing an advisor and turning off commission, May 2015, NAB 005 871 0022, Exhibit 5.12.
Can we then go to ASIC.0039.0003.0318? It may be that you've never looked at this and don't know the answer to this, Mr. Carter, but this is an internal legal memorandum of NAB that was produced to ASIC and has been produced to us, and that attempts to explain how it is that NAB has approached the issue of contribution fees, plan service fees and advisor service fees. I just want to know whether, is this something that you can recall having seen at any time?
No.
Okay. Commissioner, I'll deal with that through another witness.
Yes.
Can we bring up NAB.155.018.8565? This is an email from Cara Welsh to Simon Martin and copied to Brian Marriott. Now, I think you've already explained, Brian Marriott, was he the COO of the Office of the Trustee?
Yes.
Okay. And Cara Welsh was described as a trustee advice partner from the Office of the Trustee.
I believe that's correct.
Did you ever deal with Ms Welsh?
It would have been limited.
Okay. And who is Simon Martin?
I can't recall Simon's role.
Okay. Was he somebody you dealt with?
The name rings a bell, but I can't recall Simon's role.
Right. If we go over to the second page, you see about halfway down the page there's a heading which is contribution fee event.
Yes.
And what's said is, this is hot off the press. I was speaking to Pia Baldacchino. Who is Ms Baldacchino?
I don't recall.
Okay. From the Guardian events team. What was the Guardian events team?
At some stage, we centralised a specialist team to work through complex event remediation, and that's what Guardian was doing.
All right. Who indicated that there is a contribution fees event about to be raised, I think. Same impacted members as event 471986, which, if you go back to the first page, see this is the members affected by the failure to put in place instructions to cease deducting the advisor service fee.
Yes.
So we go back over. It says, I understand a business decision has been made to refund these fees. I don't know why that is the case yet.
Yes.
I just want to, having given you the opportunity to look at this, ask you, do you now have any recollection of any issue being raised about the refunding of contribution fees?
No, I do not.
All right, I tender that document, Commissioner.
Emails October 15 between Welsh Marriott and others, contributions. Now what's the subject line of the email? Sorry, Mr. Holmes.
It's advice fee events.
So emails October 15 between Welsh Marriott and others, advice fee events, NAB 155-018-8565, Exhibit 5.13.
Now, once you were, sorry, I withdraw that, I'll put it another way. From about May of 2016 at least, you were involved in discussions about how the PSF fees would be remediated?
Yes.
Right. And I want to show you an email in the attachment. If we go to nab.076.047.5596, so this is an email invitation to a meeting being organised by Meredith Buchanan. What was Ms Buchanan's role?
I believe Meredith was in the product team.
Did she report to you?
Ultimately, she would have.
Okay. And she says, Paul has asked me to organise this meeting to discuss information that has been gathered on the planned service fee in relation to the Swift and Encompass projects.
Yes.
And you see there's an attachment which is Swift investigation discussion points.
Yes.
I tender that document, Commissioner. In fact, actually, I might bring up its attachment and then we can tender them together. We then bring up NAB.076.047.5597. We understand this is the attachment to this document. Have you seen this document before?
No, I don't believe so.
The email
But
was
it was
sent
to
to
me.
you.
It may.
You don't
I can't
recall
recall.
having seen
I
it.
can't recall.
Right. Now, we go over to page .5599.
Yes.
You'll see at the top of the page the word outcome, and then it says, as the ABC and ESF, that's ABC is asset-based commission and ESF is employer service fee, is that right?
Yes.
Were exactly matched to the sum of the PSF, the charging of the fee to non-advised members did not impact these members' overall better off, worse off position.
Yes.
I just want to ask you about that statement. You'll remember when we looked at the numbers that it was 1.1% for the ESF and 0.33% for the asset-based commission, which would be in total up to 1.43%. And the planned service fee was 1.5%.
Up to 1.5%, yes.
Was there, do you recall, a tax issue, which was that there would now no longer be a credit that was being gained by one of the MLC companies for paying the commission to advisors, and therefore the fee that was to be paid by the member needed to increase to reflect the loss of that credit?
I don't recall any issue along those lines.
You just don't, that doesn't ring any bells
No.
with you? Okay. And then it says, as a result, it is open to us to position a retrospective approval with the trustee on this basis.
That's what that says?
Do you recall being involved in any discussion about seeking retrospective approval of the trustee?
No.
Okay. Do you understand what that refers to at all?
No, I don't recall the context in which that statement was made.
All right. And then if we go over the page to .5600, you'll see about 2/3 of the way down the page, there's a statement, a reasonable argument can be mounted to suggest that the member was provided with adequate information to enable them to question the fee and negotiate a lower rate if an advisor was not providing them with advice.
Yes?
Do you remember being involved in any discussion about the formulation of that argument?
I cannot recall.
Do you remember it being a matter of debate within NAB as to whether or not the member had actually been provided with adequate information or not?
I don't recall that debate.
All right. And then you see that there's then a heading which is rationale for why the money was retained for the use of direct member servicing capability.
Yes?
And there's a heading on one column which is facts. The money withheld from non-advised members paying the planned service fee was positioned to the trustee as being used to assist members who are not advised.
Yes?
And then the source that it gives is something that's extracted from a management paper dated the 19th of April 2012.
Yes?
And this seems to be a reference to the statement, where no advisor is attached, MLC will provide additional support to these members.
Yes?
And that's a statement in relation to additional support for members or the higher negatively impacted members as a result of the fee changes.
Can you restate the question?
Yes, actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever gone back to look at the 19 April 2012 management paper?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's keep going then over the page to dot 5601. So you see the fact on the left-hand side is at the time of the SWIFT changes, the prevailing way members were serviced was via the financial advisor. However, where one was not made available, MLC provided additional services to members. This capability has developed over time to increasingly be provided by the fund.
Yes.
And then there's a list of financial services delivered to MKBS PS members under the digital direct member servicing model.
Yes.
And then you see at the bottom of the page it says, while it can be argued that all members have access to these services, regardless of whether they have an advisor, these services are required more readily by members who do not have access to a plan advisor.
Yes.
And then it says outcome. The point we are making here is that while the advice model was going through an evolution, the need to continue to collect PSF revenue was required, at least in part, to service members without an advisor.
Yes.
Do you recall having been involved in discussions about whether it was possible to identify services that could be said to have been provided to members unlinked from a financial advisor but paying the PSF?
I remember that is one of the things that we investigated as part of the remediation.
Whether it was possible to make that assertion?
Yes.
All right, I tender that document, Commissioner. That's the email plus its attachment.
Email invitation of 3 May 16 from Buchanan, NAB 0760475596, and its attachment, investigation into Project SWIFT, NAB 0760475597, together Exhibit 5.14.
And then can we bring up NAB.162.011.1706? NAB.162.011.1706. So this is a chain of emails between, is that pronounced Bourguignon?
Bourguignon.
Bourguignon. And who is she?
Lara worked for me at the time.
Okay. So she's a report to you
Yes.
and reported directly to you.
Yes.
And you'll see you've sent an email to her on the 19th of June 2016, which says, having spoken to Nicole S.
Yes.
Nicole S, is that Nicole Smith?
That would be Nicole Smith.
And at the time, Ms. Smith was the chair of the boards of each of the trustees.
Yes.
And you see at the bottom of the page, it says on PSF.
Yes.
First dash is root cause on this one, arguably a bit more elusive. Should that be elusive? That's right. Nicole agrees largely comes down to entitlement to fee and associated stuff up by legal team not to catch, enhanced control environment, is that this type of change would now demand external legal assurance.
Yes.
Can you just explain what that means about external legal assurance?
I believe what I would have been referring to, as we were looking into this event, it became clear at the time of the introduction of this fee there were multiple control areas that should have been in place that weren't. And I would have been referring to the fact that today we would have been requiring some form of external legal assurance on a material fee change.
And you see it says in the third dash point, am I right in saying we have turned these PSF off for all products now or just TERP?
Yes.
Do you recall whether you ended up confirming that?
I can't recall.
All right. And then you see it says, can we include something on how these fees are monitored in BAU? What's BAU?
Business as usual.
And so what does that mean? How these fees are monitored in business as usual?
Just in the normal course of business.
And then it refers to the ability of members to turn off.
Yes.
And if we go over the page to .1707, this seems to follow on from an earlier email that you've sent.
Yes.
And you're suggesting a two-pager. I'm just trying to understand what that is. Is that a two-pager for the board or a two-pager for ASIC?
I don't recall.
You're not sure. All right. Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Emails from and to Carter and others, 19 June 16, NAB 162.011.1076, Exhibit 5.15.
And then can we bring up ASIC.0036.0001.2898?
I hope we've got something more than that, Mr Hodge.
Can we just see what is on the next page, Commissioner? We'll get that taken care of overnight, Commissioner. We can take down that document. Do you recall, Mr. Carter, that in July of 2016, NAB and the trustee wrote to ASIC about the PSFs?
I don't recall the specifics.
All right. Can we bring up ASIC.0036.0002.0927? So this is a letter dated the 23rd of August 2016. It's being sent by ASIC back to Ms. Smith and Mr. Hager.
Yes.
And if you look down in paragraph 2, subparagraph A, subparagraph Roman numeral 1, you'll see a letter or reference to a without prejudice letter to ASIC dated 22 July 2016.
Yes.
And you'll see there's a reference to remediation programs.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you were involved in determining what remediation program would be undertaken by Nullis or the National Australia Bank in relation to the PSFs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have primary carriage of that, or were you reporting to somebody else about that?
My direct reporting boss was Andrew Hagger, but as the responsible executive for superannuation, I would say I had primary carriage.
Right. So this letter, is this one that you have seen before?
No, I do not believe I've seen this letter.
Right. I'll turn to that document, Commissioner, but I'll come back to it with Ms Smith.
Letter dated 23 August 16, ASIC to Smith and Hagger, ASIC 0036 0002 0927, Exhibit 5.16.
Now, can we then go to NAB.076.048.8091? You see this is an internal chain of emails, the most recent of which is the 26th of August 2016.
Yes.
You'll see you're on this chain of emails.
Yes.
And have you reviewed this chain of emails in the course of preparing to give evidence today?
No.
Okay. Let's go from the back of the document. If we go to NAB.076.048.8095, you'll see at the top of the page it says, "Hi Anne." Anne, we know from the next page, is Anne Wong. Do you know what Ms Wong's role was?
I cannot recall.
Okay. And it's an email from Karen Ann Herald. Do you know what Ms Herald's role was?
Yes, she was in the second line risk team.
Okay. And she's providing comments on a management paper.
Yes.
And I just want to ask you about a few of those things. You see point 3, pre-SWIFT employer service fee. Has there been any work performed to ensure that we don't have a similar issue with it?
Yes.
I asked you some questions about this earlier. Does that help you to recall whether internally within NAB a question was raised as to whether services had been provided in exchange for the employer service fee?
No, I do not recall.
The view you now have or recall is that you thought the employer service fee was not a fee for service, it was a commission. Is that right?
Yes.
So if it was a commission, it wouldn't be necessary to do any similar work to the PSF because it wouldn't matter whether services had been provided or not.
I don't have the context for this statement, and so I can't comment on your question.
Right. And then you see point number 11, Appendix 2, General Services Provided. You see the comment from Ms Herald is, aren't these services provided to all members, not just unadvised? Would these already be part of admin fees? Is there a member equity issue raised unadvised members, cross-subsidising the advised members for these services? In effect, some of the services seem like marketing activities. Do you have any recollection of what the issue was that was raised as to services being provided?
No, not in this, not in the context of this email.
Okay. We'll come back to that. can we then go to the front of the email? I'm sorry, actually, can we move that over to one side of the page and then bring up on one side of the screen and then bring up on the other side of the screen NAB.076.048.8133? Would it help if I read that out again? Oh, good.
Thank you.
This is a branch off of the same chain of emails. I apologise for mixing my metaphors there. Can we go over the page to NAB.076.048.8134? It's on the right-hand side.
Okay. 8134. I don't have that on the screen.
No, it should come up in a moment.
I think I've got it here.
So if we go to that second page, you can see at the bottom of the page there's a reply from Tim Stimpson back to Damien Murphy. Now, Damien Murphy was the Chief Risk Officer
Yes.
at NAB
Yes.
and still is the Chief Risk Officer.
Yes.
And Tim Stimpson was who?
Tim Stinson was in a project type role.
And then if we go over the page, you can see a bit more clearly in red here the response to that question that is raised by Ms. Herald. It's coming up, but I can read it out. So her question is, pre-SWIFT employer service fee, has there been any work performed to ensure that we don't have a similar issue with it? And the response in red is not yet addressed. We have requested Grant and Lara provide additional comment. Again, none of this brings back any recollection for you of having considered the issue of whether the employer service fee.
No, it does not.
All right. And if we then just tie off on that, if we go back to the left-hand side to the first email, the point that Ms. Herald is explaining is that the management paper, that is the 2012 management paper, explains that there was an existing fee for service in place that was converted into the planned service fee. And that's why she has this question about what services were being provided for unadvised members where the employer service fee was involved. So you understand what the issue is, Mr. Carter?
I understand what you're asking.
Yeah, and the issue is, just so we're clear for the Commissioner, is that if you had unadvised members being charged the employer service fee and they didn't have a linked advisor, then the obvious issue would be that then NAB ought to also refund the employer service fee to those pre-SWIFT members. You understand that?
I understand what you're asking.
But you don't remember, notwithstanding this chain of emails that you're on, you don't remember that issue having arisen.
No, I don't recall. The context of this email was all around our remediation to the planned service fee event, which was introduced in 2012, and that was absolutely the focus of our work.
I tender those two emails, Commissioner.
I think they might be better as separate exhibits. Mr Hodge,
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
exhibit 5.17, emails August 16, Carter and others, entitled PSF Management Briefing Paper version 6, NAB 0760488091. That's Exhibit 5.17. Exhibit 5.18 will be emails August 16 entitled PSF Management Briefing Paper, NAB 0760488133, Exhibit 5.18.
Thank you. Commissioner, I note the time. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, how are we travelling for time, Mr Hodge?
I'll finish. I expect to finish Mr. Carter certainly in the morning tomorrow, and to then start Ms. Smith and to finish Ms. Smith tomorrow as well. And then I hope to start the next witness also late tomorrow afternoon.
Yes. Well, 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, adjourn to 9:30.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Hodge, if Mr Carter, you'd come back into the box, please. Yes, Mr Hodge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Carter, I just want to return to one thing that we were talking about yesterday, which is in relation to the successive fund transfer and the grandfathered commissions. You'll recall we spoke about a discussion with ASIC.
Yes,
Do you remember whether you attended the meeting with ASIC?
I did not. I do not believe I did.
All right. Let me show you a document and see just whether this helps you. Can we bring up ASIC.0516.0001.0167? So this is an email sent by Danielle Katrupri. Who is she? Do you know?
I don't recall, although I see that she was someone in regulatory affairs.
Okay, that's a separate section from you.
Yes, it is.
And she seems to be emailing Louise, who is presumably, or looks like Louise Macaulay from ASIC. Can you see that?
Yes.
And she's arranging this meeting on the 2nd of June at ASIC's offices. And she says at this stage, attendees from NAB Wealth are anticipated to be Damien Murphy, Greg Miller, you, Andrew Taylor, and by telephone, Andrea Debenham. Just with those names, does that help you to remember the meeting?
I do not recall, but based on that email, I may well have been in the meeting.
All right. But you don't remember anything about the content of it?
No, not that particular meeting. I definitely recall, certainly as part of the preparation of this witness statement, what the intent of that overall engagement with ASIC was, though.
As part of the preparation for this witness statement?
As part of the preparation for this testimony, yes.
Okay. As part of the preparation for giving evidence, did
Yes.
you review some of the documents in relation to the successive fund transfer?
Yes.
And from those documents, you have a recollection of what the purpose was of the engagement with ASIC?
Yes.
And what was the purpose?
The purpose was to be transparent and open with the regulator about the issue that was being considered by the business as part of the successive fund transfer.
If ASIC had said, this is an outrageous exploitation of the loopholes in the grandfathering provisions, you cannot possibly keep going with commission, what would the consequence have been?
I think the best way I could answer that is to say, while the responsibility and the decision-making responsibility for this issue clearly rested with the trustees, the perspective The view at the time was that at least the perspective of the regulator on these matters was relevant, and that consideration is something that was a worthwhile thing to do.
I'm not sure that really answers my question. I'll put it a little more simply. If ASIC had said, we do not accept that it is possible to grandfather these commissions, what would the consequence have been for the successive fund transfer?
I don't know, because as I said, as I understand, the responsibility for the decision that was being put to the trustee was a trustee decision. And so I don't know the technical answer to your question.
But you, as part of management, were making a recommendation to the trustee as to what the trustee should do.
Yes, we were.
So presumably you must have planned or considered what you would do if ASIC said no.
I can't recall.
I want to then move back to the issue of the planned service fees. I want to make sure that we agree on some basic propositions. The first proposition is that in December of 2015, NAB had given a notice of significant breach to ASIC about one part of the planned service fees being charged to members with no linked advisor.
Yes.
And in terms of those planned service fees, the amounts of those planned service fees was something that was agreed between the advisor and the employer.
Yes.
And the amounts that were agreed between the advisor and the employer were for services that were to be provided by the advisor as agreed with the employer.
Yes.
And so you knew in the first half of 2016, that the trustee had been charging fees, which were purportedly these planned service fees, but where there was no linked advisor.
By that stage, yes.
And the planned service fee was a fee agreed by the advisor with the employer for services provided by the advisor.
Yes.
So if there was no advisor, it must follow that it was impossible for the services that had been agreed to be provided by the advisor could have been supplied.
Yes.
But nevertheless, the trustee had been charging that money
Yes.
for those services that hadn't been provided.
Yes.
And it would seem to be obvious that therefore the trustee would have to refund that money to the customers. Do you agree?
After we did a thorough investigation of all the issues, that is absolutely the conclusion that we came to.
Now, I don't really understand that. In the first half of 2016, you knew that the fee was for services that were to be provided by the advisor. You agree with that?
That was the intent of the fee, yes.
That was what the fee was. That's what your own documents say. Do you agree?
What the documents say is that the fee was for general advice services, advice and support services.
No. We looked at the documents yesterday. The documents say that the fee is a fee agreed between the advisor and the employer for services to be provided by the advisor. Do you agree?
I believe, Mr. Hodge, that the documents in the PDS talk about general advice and support services.
To be provided by whom?
I do not believe it is clear in our documentation.
You don't think it's clear in your documentation who is going to provide the services?
No, and that was one of the issues.
Do you recall that yesterday we looked at the employer reference guide?
Yes.
Would it help you to look at that again? and to reflect on your answer. I'll just get the exhibit number for that. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't have the exhibit number. I'll give you the doc ID. It's ASIC.0038.0003.8292.
Exhibit 5.10.
Thank you, Commissioner. You recall we looked at this document yesterday?
I believe so.
This is the employer guide.
Yes.
This is, if we go to page 2, this is the document you'll recall where the preparation date was the 19th of November 2012.
Yes.
And if we go to page 10, it's the page ending .8305, thank you. You recall we looked at the middle column where it says there are a number of ways you can remunerate your plan advisor for the services they provide you and your employees.
Yes.
And that's what the plan service fee is for.
Yes.
Is there some ambiguity there as to whether the services will be provided by the advisor?
No.
All right. And then if we then bring up the reference guide provided to employees, we looked at this yesterday. It's ASIC.0036.0001.2760. We go to the page .2769, it's page 10. This is the page setting out the new simplified and transparent fee structure. And you'll see the value of advice. You may pay a plan service fee to your plan advisor. The fee applies if your employer has arranged for the advisor to provide financial advice services that are tailored to the needs of the employees in your company.
Yes.
Is there some ambiguity there as to who is going to provide the service?
No.
Where did the ambiguity arise from, Mr. Carter?
Which ambiguity are you referring to, Mr. Hodge, please?
Mr. Carter, on your view, there was some ambiguity as to whether or not the services had to be provided by the advisor.
I think the best way to think about that is that as we were conducting our investigation on this remediation, we were looking at how those comments could be interpreted. And ultimately, we conclude that this fee was not authorised and therefore the fee had to be refunded to members.
Can I put this to you very bluntly? And we'll go through the documents. What you did was to systematically look for any way to avoid having to refund all of the money to customers.
I disagree.
And that is why there is this idea that somehow you will find some other service that can be said to have been provided in exchange for the money.
I disagree.
All right. Can we bring up NAB?
Just before you do, Mr. Hodge, Mr. Carter, at page 4255 of the transcript, line 38, you were asked the question, to be provided by whom? Your answer was, I do not believe it is clear in our documentation. At line 40, you were asked the question, this is this morning, you don't think it's clear in your documentation who is going to provide the services? Your answer was no, and that was one of the issues. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Do you recall giving those answers?
Yes, I do.
Do you wish to say anything about the answers you gave?
Yes.
What?
At the time of the investigation, I know one of the questions that was asked is the term plan advisor. Who was the plan advisor? Could the plan advisor, in this sense, be MLC, or could have it? Was it intended to be a linked, I'll call it external financial advisor? And so that is what I meant by the lack of clarity.
I'm sorry, I think to be fair, we better make sure we understand that. It's clear that the plan service fee has to be agreed between the advisor and the employer.
Yes.
And it's clear that the fee is for a service to be provided by the advisor as agreed with the employer.
Yes.
And so the ambiguity is what?
I would say, in retrospect, there should not have been ambiguity.
All right. Can we bring up NAB.076.047.5596 together with its attachment, which is NAB.076.047.5597? So these are documents that we looked at, I believe, yesterday. Mr. Carter, who is Meredith Buchanan?
Meredith was a product manager in the
Okay.
business.
And do you recall having asked her to organise this meeting? I don't think you could yesterday.
That I couldn't?
Yes, you couldn't.
No, I can't.
All right. Do you recall that from May you were engaged in the exercise of trying to figure out how NAB could keep the money rather than refund it?
I recall at this time looking to make sure we thoroughly investigated the issue.
And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand, what is it that you were trying to thoroughly investigate?
Mr. Hodge, when at the time of this remediation, we knew it was a serious and important matter. It was incumbent on me as the person responsible for the business, before making a final recommendation to the trustee on the issue and the remediation approach, that all considerations were thought through. And I believe that that's what this work was reflective of.
And what are, again, just explain to the Commissioner as best you can, what are all of the considerations that need to be thought through?
To make sure that that the issue was considered, and there were differing views at the time on the issue, and we were just having to work through to make sure we had thought through these carefully.
And what were the differing views?
I know one of the questions that was asked, and I want to reinforce that ultimately we conclude that it was not a reasonable basis, that given that the fee was disclosed as for general advice and support services, one of the questions asked was, well, given that those general advice support services could be provided by MLC, and in many cases we thought, well, they are being provided by MLC. We have relationship managers who oftentimes go out to clients and provide education support. We have various other channels that can provide those services. A question that was asked was are they the services being provided? And ultimately, we conclude, no, that was, even though that question was asked, we conclude that that was not the intention of the fee, as an example.
Again, I just want to make sure we've understood that example. Do we agree on these propositions? The trustee had charged the money for one thing, which was a service to be provided by the advisor.
Yes, that was the intent.
And the exercise that NAB went through was to try to identify some other service that it could say it had provided in order to justify keeping the money.
We assessed that option.
And we'll go through the documents, but I just want to understand, you don't see anything, we'll start with this, you don't see anything unusual about taking money for one thing, finding that you haven't provided it, and then trying to find a way to keep it on the basis of something else that you can say you provided.
Mr Commissioner, I do object to the language that is being used. My learned friend refers to NAB trying to do something. The witnesses repeatedly said that a question was raised by certain people within NAB and then rejected after it had been considered by NAB itself, and a different position was put to the trustee. Therefore, the language used in the question is unfair and does not reflect the earlier evidence given by Mr Carter.
What is the unfairness, Mr Young?
The unfairness is building into the question the assertion that NAB went through a process of trying to identify some service that it could say it had provided in order to justify keeping the money. The witness's evidence that he's given this morning is to the opposite effect. Certain people at a low level within the organisation raised questions to the effect that MLC might have provided the service. Mr Carter's evidence has consistently been that that question was considered within NAB Wealth and rejected, and a completely opposite proposition and recommendation was made to the trustee, which was accepted in due course by the trustee. So the insinuation that NAB was trying to do something is unfair, it's wrong, it does not reflect the earlier evidence.
Finished, Mr Young?
I have finished, Your
Thank you. Yes, Mr Hyde?
Commissioner, I'm happy to come back to that question in about 20 documents' time.
Yeah.
Can I make absolutely clear this? The evidence that has just been given by my friend from the bar table, which is that this was a low-level decision or issue raised by low-level employees from NAB, is not evidence that has come from Mr Carter.
Yes, do go on.
Mr Carter, do you want to adopt that and say that this issue was raised by low-level employees at NAB?
I think it is the fair statement, which I've said consistently, is that the issues with the PSF were considered at multiple levels of the organisation.
Sorry, at?
Multiple levels.
Yes.
And the email that you put to me was absolutely consistent with what Mr Young just said. It was more junior people that had put that to me. But I don't want to imply that that was not an issue that I also didn't turn my mind to.
All right. So, just so we make sure we understand, Ms Buchanan is obviously lower in the hierarchy than you.
Yes.
And as I understand it, you say you weren't the author of this attachment that Ms Buchanan has sent around?
No.
And I think we looked at this yesterday, but do you recall having read the attachment?
I can't recall this particular attachment.
Right. Commissioner, I think that was tendered yesterday so that it's not necessary to deal with it again. I'm told it's Exhibit 5.14.
Yeah, it's just on the question of tender, that email concerning the meeting of 2 June 16 between Euless and ASIC, ASIC 0516 001 0167, do you propose that that be tendered? That was the one you went to earlier this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
That will be Exhibit 5.19, email concerning meeting 2 June 16, Euless and ASIC, ASIC 0516 001 0167.
All right, can we now bring up NAB.162.011.1706? So this is a chain of internal emails that, again, I think we looked at very briefly yesterday, and I just want to make sure we've put in context. So you can see at the bottom of the page an email from you to two people within NAB. Can you just tell the Commissioner again who they are?
Lara Burgignon and Stephen Stefton.
But what are their positions?
Lara was the general manager of corporate superannuation at the time, I believe, and Stephen Sefton was in the group insurance business.
All right, and did they each report to you?
Lara reported directly to me. Stephen would have reported through to someone else who reported to me.
Right. And again, I think you agreed yesterday, you said having spoken to Nicole S., that would be Nicole Smith.
Yes.
That's the chair of Nullus, the trustee.
Yes, it is.
And at the bottom of the page, you refer to the discussion that has come out of you and Ms. Smith talking about the PSFs.
Yes.
And we talked about the idea yesterday of an enhanced control environment, is that this type of change would now demand external legal assurance.
Yes.
And you spoke about what that means yesterday.
I believe so.
And you'll see, though, what's been provided in response is a paper, and this is the attachment. Oh, I'm sorry, just before we do that, can we actually go to the second page, .1707? And this is an email that you'd sent on the 19th of June.
Yes.
It's not clear who it's sent to, but presumably the same people.
I think so.
And you say, as discussed, I reckon a two-pager that has the following chapters. That presumably means a two-page document.
I believe so, yeah.
And you set out what you want in that document.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to understand in relation to the division of these two issues. There's one that is the M100 issue. Is that the issue that Mr. Sefton was responsible for dealing with?
Yes.
And the other issue is the PSF issue, and that's the issue that Ms. Bourgeonon was responsible for dealing with.
Correct.
All right, and so that's why you say, in relation to root cause, Lara, let's discuss, but feels like combo of complex legal entity environment, miss that people failed to recognise no trustee entitlement to fee. Do you recall what that means?
I believe that was simply referring to the fact that we conclude that there was never entitlement to charge this fee to members.
Again, to be fair to you, I just want to make sure we're understanding what you're saying. Do you say that this reflects that you think by then, on the 19th of June, you'd already recognised that there was no entitlement to the fee?
Well, I think in terms of the timing, that's what that email would imply. But Mr. Hodge, I can't remember the full context of the email.
I understand. And then there's an attachment that has been prepared by Ms. Bourgenon in response to your request. Can we go to .1708? It's NAB.162.011.1708. Perhaps it's gone in as a separate document. That's fine. We'll come back to that if necessary. Can we bring up NAB.005.881.0232? This is a document titled Briefing Note Plan Service Fee Events prepared by Service Provider Management. I think you've got a hard copy there, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Do you recall having seen this document before?
No.
And just so I understand this, do you recall at some stage a briefing note being prepared for you to provide to the trustee?
I don't recall ever a briefing note. Absolutely what I recall was a management recommendation to the trustee. I believe the only engagement with the trustee was a management recommendation to the trustee on the planned service fee event. That is what I recall. I don't recall a briefing note.
You don't recall it. Well, we go to page .0232_0016. It's page 16 of the document. Have you got page 16 there, Mr. Carter?
Yes.
The apparent author of the paper is you. Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Do you recall having authored this paper?
It's clearly what it says. I don't recall the specifics of this paper, but it's got my name on it.
Do you recall that there were, now this is only the draft obviously, do you recall the circulation of various drafts of this paper? So you don't recall the paper at all, you just don't remember?
No.
All right. I want to, again, just in fairness to you, direct you to some things and see whether this helps you to remember. If you go to page 5 of the document, you'll see paragraph 2.15. Can you see that there?
Yes.
And you see it says, prior to SWIFT, MLC issuer deducted and retained the PSFs for unadvised members as permitted by the investment life policy. MLC administrator facilitated this process. It is noted, however, that there is a question on the ability of MLCL as issuer to do this in relation to the employer service fee, which is currently being contemplated by legal. And you'll see there's a comment there explaining that from KH, who is presumably Karen Ann Herald.
I believe that would be right.
And she says legal analysis is required on whether the employer service fee was permitted under the life policy. I've included a sentence to allow for this. You see that there?
Yes.
Again, so that we understand your recollection, do you recall it ever being raised that MLC may not have had an entitlement to deduct the employer service fee pre-SWIFT?
Pre-SWIFT.
Yes. Well, there was no employer service fee after SWIFT, was there?
Yeah, correct. So what was your question,
Do
please?
you recall it ever having been raised? Do you recall a question ever having been raised as to whether MLC was actually entitled to deduct the employer service fee?
No.
All right. And do you recall we had a discussion yesterday about some comments that Ms. Herald had made on something which was Appendix 2? Remember we were looking
Yes.
at an email? Can we go to page 18 of the document?
I think I've got it. It doesn't have a page. It does not have a page number.
It doesn't have a page number at the bottom, but you can see Appendix 2
Yes.
there. And this appears to have been an appendix setting out services that might have been said to have been provided by MLC to an unadvised member, to an advisor without to a member without a linked advisor in exchange for the plan service fee.
Yes.
And you'll see there's a comment which is AW20.
Yes.
And can you tell us who AW is likely to be?
No, I can't.
All right. But you'll recall when we looked at those emails yesterday that an issue that was being raised by Karen Ann Herald was that she had real doubts about how it could be said that these services were being provided in exchange for the plan service fee. You recall that?
I can't recall that specific conversation, but I can't recall that specific conversation we had.
All right. Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Briefing note concerning PSF events prepared by Service Provider Management, NAB 00588100232, Exhibit 5.20.
Now, can we bring up then NAB.155.027.5585? So this is a chain of emails, Mr. Carter. You can see the most recent email in time is to Camille Price. Who is Ms. Price?
I believe Camille was the executive assistant to Ken Christie, the CFO of NAB Wealth.
Right. And you see it's referring to a PSF management paper to trustee.
Yes.
Do you recall what that paper is?
I'm assuming this is the management paper that we put to the trustee regarding the remediation of the PSF events.
All right. And if we go to the third page in that document, which is .5587, so at the bottom of the page, I suspect you've got a blue highlighted version. Is that
Yes.
right? And so they've redacted your email address, but we can see it's an email from you at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And you're emailing some other people within NAB, including Mr. Murphy, he wasn't the general counsel, was he? He was the chief risk officer.
Correct.
Right. And Mr. Jones, who is the general counsel in relation to capital.
I think he was in legal.
Okay. And then if we go over the page, this seems to be you setting out what you want to have go into a management paper to go up to Nicole, who is Nicole Smith, and Brian. Who would Brian be?
Brian, the officer of the trustee, Brian Marriott.
I see, Mr. Marriott. So you're setting out what it is that you want to have go into the paper?
Yes.
All right. And again, do you have some recollection about the process of drafting this?
Not specific knowledge of the drafting of this paper.
All right.
I know what I know very clearly is what the recommendation is ultimately.
Yes. Ultimately, you get to the point where you have to say to the trustee, you'll have to refund the money.
Yes.
That's what you're very clear on.
Yes.
All right. I tender this document, Commissioner.
Emails to and from Carter and others, PSF management paper to trustee, August 2016, NAB 155027 5585, Exhibit 5.21.
Actually, Commissioner, just before we leave that, can we go back to the third page? You'll see you sent an email on the 19th of August at 6:25 p.m.
Yes.
and you're informing some other people that you've spoken to, Brian Marriott, and Nicole Smith.
Yes.
And you say you've made a couple of updates to the management paper.
Yes.
And so whatever the document is that's being prepared, you are certainly intimately involved, can I suggest, in preparing it.
I would certainly be across the document, yes.
And you're changing it, you're updating it.
Yes.
All right. And then if we then go to page 2, and we can see you're congratulating the team on the paper and saying it pulls together very well. And you're setting out some further things that you want to have changed or fixed up in the paper?
Yes.
All right. And then if we go to NAB.076.048.8133, so we see an email that I think we looked at yesterday as well. It's part of a branch of emails. But if you have a look at the bottom of the page, or I'm sorry, if you look at the subject, do you see the subject is PSF Management Briefing Paper?
Yes.
And can I suggest then this must be the same paper that you were referring to and making some changes to in the previous email?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think that would be right.
And at this stage, what's still being contemplated is this proposition that it is possible to say that there were other services of value provided by MLC to members without a linked advisor, and therefore that it's possible to retain the PSFs. Do you agree with that?
That continues to be one of the questions being looked at.
And so bearing in mind we're now at the end of August of 2016. You'll recall we saw you were at least looking at this from May of 2016. So roughly at least 3 months has elapsed, and you have been considering this. You agree? You've been thinking about this issue.
Yes.
You've had a paper being drafted.
Yes.
Presumably, at some point in time, you went back and you looked at the reference guide or the SEN.
Yes.
And did you think that there was some ambiguity as to who was going to be providing the service that was being paid for by the plan service fee?
Mr. Hodge, what I can say at the time, it certainly was one of the questions that was asked, and there were many, many different people involved in this process. And I know that was just one of the questions that was being asked, and that is what is reflected in these emails.
And again, just so I understand, you'll recall the evidence that was attempted to be given from the bar table was that it was lower level employees that were asking these questions.
I do object to
Perfectly
that.
accurate characterisation of what happened. Mr Young, I think, what do you wish to say?
I was referring specifically to the email from a person that Mr Carter did not recognise.
Very well.
And that was the very subject of the questions that I directed my comments to.
Very well.
Right, do we agree that it is not simply lower level employees who are asking these questions?
Certainly I had to consider these questions as well, yes.
Would you say that you were pushing the question of whether it was possible to retain the plan service fee on the basis that MLC had provided some other services to the
No.
members? You don't think you were pushing it?
No, I was not.
Ms. Herald, she's a more junior employee than you?
She's in our second line risks team.
Right, she's in a separate part
Yes.
of the situation. She's part of, is that the second line of the 3 lines of defence?
Correct.
All right. Is that, and in NAB, is the second line internal audit?
No.
it's a different separation? How does it work?
You've got first line management assurance, you've got a second line risk team, the third line is internal audit.
So the Ms. Herald in the risk team, do you recall that she was one of the employees pushing back on this idea that NAB could keep this money on the premise that it had provided some other services to the members?
Yes.
All right. Now, just so we understand your recollection, when do you think you came to the conclusion that it was not possible to retain the money?
What I can say with confidence is that when we finally put a final paper, a management paper to the trustee on this issue, we had settled on a position and recommended full remediation and repayment of the customer's money.
All right, so it was, by the time the final recommendation was made, that was the conclusion that had been come to, that had been arrived at.
Correct.
All right. Now, at some point, in addition to dealing with the trustee, you started dealing with Mr. Hagger about this?
Yes.
Did you report to Mr. Hagger?
Yes.
All right. And can I show you a document which is NAB.076.048.3666? Commissioner, I have a version of this document without those LPP claims in them. I can accept that there are 3 lines that might legitimately be said to be subject to LPP. I do not accept that that large box with privileged LPP could on any legitimate basis be said to be the subject of legal professional privilege.
Mr Young.
This issue's not been raised with us before at this moment, Mr Commissioner. Had it been raised, I could have taken some instructions about the response. I don't know whether
perhaps if you take your instructions, Mr Young. Just a moment, Mr Hodge. Mr Young is taking instructions.
I only have the obscured page. I don't have what lies beneath. And we don't know whether that was...
Instructions, Mr Young.
I'll... Sorry? We maintain the claim for privilege. This is a summary of advice provided by Senior Counsel to MLC.
Very well, I will, if the document can be handed to me, I will examine it and rule on the point.
Do you have a clean copy of this?
Well, where are we at, council? You press the point, do you, Mr Hodge?
Yes, Commissioner.
And do you press your point, Mr Young?
Yes, Commissioner.
Then can the document be provided to me and I'll leave the bench and consider it?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I have the document, please?
We'll need to find a copy, Commissioner, if we can. My copy's marked up. And I don't know if I
Right.
should hand that to you.
If it can be sent to me in chambers,
Thank
I'll
you,
return when I've considered the point. Adjourn the commission.
I have the legal submission.
Yeah. Commissioner,
Yes, Mr Hodge.
Mr Young and I have resolved the issue of the LPP claim over that document. So as I understand it, the NAB no longer presses part of its claim and we accept part of the claim. Rather than trying to revise the document, I'll just read out the part that is agreed not to be the subject of LPP, if that's convenient to Mr Young.
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you. Could we bring back up NAB.076.048.3666? So, Mr. Carter, I should just note the bit that is no longer privileged. Do you see that halfway down the page there is a sentence which is, Andrew has received over the weekend 3 artefacts to support this discussion: Jackman advice, Minter's advice, and latest version of the management briefing paper?
Yes.
And then I hope you may not be able to see this on your version, but the next sentence, which is agreed not to be privileged, is these papers provide useful background on the legal issues associated with investment policy versus trust expense, and the management paper also lays out the implications for compensation approach. You probably can't see that on any version you have.
No, I can't.
In any event, that's what the sentence says.
Yes.
Now, you may now have had time during the break to have a look at that document. Is what was happening in the middle of September that you were arranging to have a give a presentation to Mr. Hagger about the PSF remediation issue?
I don't know whether there was a presentation, but certainly we would have been keeping Andrew Hagger updated throughout the entire investigation.
Well, if you look at your email on the 19th of September 2016, sent at 4:28 p.m, you say we are providing Andrew H., that's presumably Mr. Hagger,
Yes.
a briefing on PSF on Wednesday between 10 to 12:30 p.m.
Yes.
Lara, you are being invited to this, and Mira, Liz, we will have you on standby.
Yes.
And it refers to 3 documents then having been provided to Mr. Hagger. 2 of those documents are legal advices, and the 3rd document is the latest version of the management briefing paper.
Yes.
And the management briefing paper, can I suggest, is the document that we've now seen being prepared over the last few months.
I believe that is true.
All right, you're not sure though exactly what it is anymore.
There were many drafts. I believe that your statement is correct.
All right. And you see at the bottom of the page, point number 2 is discussion of allowable services under PSF definition.
Yes.
And this is explaining some of what you describe as the current thinking of eligible services. Can you see that? So you say, I understand current thinking of eligible services are additional general advice services such as on-site visits, employee seminars, monitoring insurance arrangements for company employees, assisting employees with services such as completing beneficiary nominations and ensuring TFNs, which is tax file numbers, provided.
Yes.
And then over the page, we see Lara will provide an overview of where and how these eligible services are provided, most obviously through our Platinum service clients, but also assess where MKBS members have been invited to member town halls and education seminars. Lara will also provide initial quantification of the employer and member reach of these services, including applicable PSF coverage.
Yes.
And this, I want to suggest to you, is consistent with the attitude that was demonstrated by your team over this now 4.5 months, which was to attempt to find some service that could be said to justify keeping the planned service fees.
Again, I would say that what we were doing is making sure there was a full understanding of the issue and contemplating all the questions that I might get asked about the issue. And so this is one of the areas that we were looking into. That is correct.
And the fundamental question would be, that you were contemplating being asked, would be, do we actually have to repay all of this money?
We were understanding the nature of the issue to then inform what the appropriate remediation approach would be. Correct.
Did you ever say to any of the people below you who were reporting to you, this is the wrong way to think about the situation?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you ever think to yourself, this is the wrong way to think about the situation, to be trying to identify services that we can say justify keeping the planned service fees?
No.
And to be fair to you, is it your view that that wasn't actually what you were doing? You weren't really just trying to find services that could justify keeping the money?
Yes.
You say you were doing something else when you were trying to identify these eligible services.
Yes.
And what was it that you were trying to do?
No, actually, I'll restate my question. What we were trying to understand, my response, is we were trying to understand what actually was the nature of the issue, make sure that we had considered this from all factors were considered to come to a conclusion, Mr. Hodge. What is also absolutely a fair statement that in retrospect, I wish that the investigation we had moved more quickly through the investigation with the benefit of hindsight. But what I am also very pleased to say is that where we ultimately land is, I believe, the right spot, where we recommend to the trustee that the full remediation of the members is the right thing to do.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.22, email 19 September 16, Stimson to Carter, plan for PSF meeting with Hagger, NAB 076048366.
Now, in preparation for the presentation to Mr. Hagger, there were some revisions that continued to be made to the paper, or there were some issues that continued to be considered. Can we bring up NAB.162.015.3380? So this is another chain of emails between you and Ms. Bourgenon, and Ms. Bourgenon explains in the evening of 19 September that she's unwell, and then you reply at 9:48 that night and say get better soon, and then you identify some of the further things that need to be done in preparation for presenting or dealing with this issue with Mr. Hagger.
Yes.
And you're trying to get documented three things. The first is the specific language used in the PDS to describe the planned service fee.
Yes.
And you say, by the way, I looked and couldn't find this tonight.
Yes.
I'm curious about that. Does that mean that the first time you looked at the PDS to see what the planned service fee was actually for was on the evening of the 20th of September 2016?
No, I don't believe that's what that was saying.
So you'd looked at some earlier time
I believe I absolutely would have.
and identified what it was for.
Yes.
And you would have identified it's a fee agreed between an employer and advisor for services to be provided by the advisor,
Yes.
because there's nothing else that you can see in the PDS.
Yes.
And I'm struggling then to understand, when you say you wished in hindsight that this had been concluded earlier, what is it that you wish had been done more quickly?
I think over these months, Mr. Hodge, what is very relevant, there were multiple people involved in this investigation, and there were multiple issues that were being considered that ultimately management, and as you can see at multiple levels, were at some stages grappling with. And that is why, with the benefit of hindsight, I absolutely wish, with all these questions that were being asked, that we had clarity sooner. Absolutely. But what I can say is the work was done, and the paper, the only paper that was ever taken to a trustee board, which had my name on it, I believe had the right management recommendation.
Now, to be fair to you, let me make clear, I'm not suggesting that you are solely responsible for this.
Yep.
Or that you are the most senior person responsible for this. There are many people involved in what occurred over this 6 months. That's the point, one of the points you're trying to make.
Yes.
It wasn't just you.
No, there were many people involved.
And the issue that was being confronted all the time was, who do we have to remediate and how much is it going to cost? Do you agree?
That would be an outcome, yes.
But all of the questions that are being asked, all of the questions about investment policy versus trust expense, are there eligible services that we can say were provided? All of those questions are only relevant to one issue, which is, who do we have to remediate and how much is it going to cost?
I don't believe that's the case.
Why? What is the issue of of investment policy versus trust expense relevant to other than remediation?
What I can say on that is I know that there were different legal arguments that were made at the time on what was described as trust expense versus investment policy. If anything, I just hope that that goes to show the complexity of the issues, that in the benefit of hindsight, I do agree. Well, it just shows that there were different issues that management were grappling with at the time. I don't believe that those legal issues were to do with remediation. I believe that those issues were to do with the underlying issue itself. That is how I understand that.
Let's take two issues. The first is investment policy versus trust expense. What outcome does that question affect?
I believe, no, I know that I understand the the outcome of that question could have determined or had impact on the remediation approach.
Yes. Is there anything else that you can identify, any other outcome that you can identify to which that question is relevant?
As I said earlier, I believe the primary basis for that whole legal analysis was in the context of understanding the nature and character of the fee. That's why that, as I understand, that's why that legal work was done. Not to... That's why that legal work was done, to understand the nature of that fee, as I best understand.
Can I suggest, when you say to understand the nature of the fee, it was to understand whether there was an argument available that would mean that it was not necessary to fully remediate all of the planned service fees collected from members who did not have a linked advisor?
Yes.
And on the issue of eligible services...
Sorry, can you please repeat your question there, Mr. Hodge?
Yes. There was the question that was being considered by NAB was whether it was necessary to remediate the PSFs for all members who did not have a linked advisor. That was a question that you were dealing with?
That was a question?
That was obviously...
Yes.
Yes. That is a question that goes to who do we have to remediate and how
Yes.
much is that remediation
Yes.
going to cost? And when you talk about this issue of how do we characterise the planned service fee, what that question is relevant to is, do we have to remediate everybody who was a member?
Yes, I believe that's true, yes.
Was it relevant to anything else?
I can't answer that question.
All right.
I know it's a legal question. I know it was an important legal question that was posed at the time.
And on the eligible services issue, which is, are there services that NAB can say MLC or some MLC-related company provided to members who did not have a linked advisor? What outcome was that question relevant to?
It would be the same.
That is, who do we have to remediate and how much is it going to cost? Do you agree?
Yes.
And
Yes.
And in point number 2 on this email that you're sending to Ms. Carter,
Miss Bourguignon.
I'm sorry, you're Mr. Carter, Ms. Bourguignon, you are asking for there to be some sort of table that outlines what might be considered eligible or ineligible services. That's
Yes.
what you're doing in point 2. And then in point 3, you're asking, based on an analysis of these eligible or ineligible services, provide a breakdown of how many of the 220,000 unadvised members may have had access to these eligible services, plus implications for PSF.
Yes.
And the implications, can I suggest, is what do we have to remediate?
That would have been one of the implications of this work.
All right. Were there other implications?
I believe this is also just making sure we understood, there was full understanding of what the nature of that fee and service was in the first place.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Exhibit 5.2, 3 emails, 20 September 16, between Bourguignon and Carter, NAB 162.015.3380.
Can we bring up NAB.162.007.0252? Do you recall that you then gave a presentation to Mr. Hagger?
I don't recall a presentation.
All right. Have you seen this document before?
It's got my name on it. It's got my name as one of the presenters.
Yes. Do you recall this document though?
Not off the top of my head now, no.
All right. And you'll see it's dated the 20th of September 2016.
Yes.
And if you turn over the page to agenda, you see there's 3 presenters who are listed. Paul, that's you.
Yes.
Damien, that's Damien Murphy, the Chief Risk Officer.
Yes.
Lara, is that Lara Bortonon?
Yes, it would be.
And you'll see that she is presenting on item 2, allowable services under PSF definition.
Yes.
And you'll recall in one of the earlier emails that we looked at that you were telling her that she would be attending the presentation with Mr. Hagger in order to present on this issue.
Yes.
And this then was a presentation, I'd suggest, but you may say you just don't remember it, in which you were bringing Mr. Hagger up to speed on what was going on with the PSFs.
Yes.
And if we go to the page which is .0260, see, this is a slide headed "An Analysis of the Services Provided by MLC Representatives."
Yes.
And there's then some principles that are set out in relation to the examination of services.
Yes.
And there's a table set out identifying various services.
Yes.
And this, I'd suggest, and you may just not recall, is the type of table that you were requesting in the previous email we were looking at, a table setting out the eligible and ineligible services.
I believe that's correct.
And you see the first principle is services that are covered by the administration agreement or member advice services deed are unlikely to be able to justify charging the PSF to members who do not have an advisor linked to their account, as the fee structure under these agreements would apply to the provision of those services. See the first bullet point?
Yes.
And the second bullet point is no other services have been identified outside the services listed below that may be eligible to justify charging the PSF to members who do not have an advisor linked to their account.
Yes.
Now, I just want you to reflect and think as best you can. Did you ever push back on the search for services that might justify retaining the PSF for members who do not have an advisor linked to their account?
I can't recall. I know I would have absolutely taken a thoughtful, what I would have intended to do is taken a thoughtful, considered view to those questions.
Well, I just want to understand whether, as you recall it, this search for services was a search that originated out of people below you, or was a search that you were yourself driving?
No, I don't believe it was a search for, well, I don't know the answer to your question, but what I can say is the context of this was it the question which we discussed earlier is, was it a viable alternative to consider that MLC was the one providing the general advice services in this context? That's what the question that was being assessed here. And you can see in this, you can see the conclusion of this report is that what we conclude is even if MLC is providing those services, that is still not a basis for charging the fee, the planned service fee.
So you're saying you can see that conclusion here?
That is the conclusion we come to
I
on
see.
this line of inquiry.
Ultimately, it's accepted that it's an impossible argument. That's your point. At some point in time, it's impossible to argue that the PSF could be retained on the basis of these services.
That
being
is the
provided by
conclusion we come to.
All right. And that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I tender that document, Commissioner.
Plan service fee update 20 September 16, NAB 16200702252, Exhibit 5.24.
Now, can we bring up then NAB.076.018.9311? Sorry, I'll say it again. NAB.076.018.9311. Now, if we go over to the page, or the second page, which is .9312, see at the bottom of the page is an email from Anne Wong. I think I asked you this yesterday, but who is Ms. Wong?
I can't recall Anne's role.
She sent an email to you and Mr. Murphy, the Chief Risk Officer, Paul
Yes.
and Damien.
Yes.
And she says, please find attached the PSF management paper now as a letter from NWMSL to the trustee for the opt-in compensation methodology.
Yes.
Do you recall that the management paper that we've seen being drafted over some months was converted into a letter to be sent to the trustee?
I believe that is correct.
And NWMSL, could you just explain to the Commissioner where that sits?
They are the administrator to the trustee.
All right, what's the abbreviation? MW what?
National Wealth Management Services Limited.
NWSL.
So this is a letter that's going to be in draft, that's going to be sent from the administrator to the trustee,
Yes.
and the management paper has become that letter.
I believe that's correct.
And Ms. Wong is saying that you, that is you and Mr. Murphy, now hold the pen on the master,
Yes.
and there's an email in the middle from Ms. Bourgenon, and then at the top of the page, there's an email from you,
Yes.
and you'll see there's a reference to Tudge, or Tudge, how do you pronounce that? Is that Tudge, Stephen Tudgeman?
Stephen Tudgeman.
Tudgeman. He's in legal, I take it.
He's another one of the lawyers involved.
All right. And you'll see, you say, I would like some clarity on, and then there's something that's subject to LPP. And then you say, about 2 points or 3 points down, one challenge we don't fully run to ground under opt-in logic is contained in appendix relating to fact that administrator agreed not to charge for MLC Direct Gateway. Tudge, how material is this in concluding opt-in as a viable option, a knockout blow or otherwise? Do you recall what that issue was?
Let me read again.
Yes, do you see? It's the
I think I'm referring to...
Go on.
Well, let me read. clearly I'm asking a question and seeking Stephen Twidgeman's guidance on this question. That is the best I can recall.
Right. Do you recall what the opt-in option was?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was a compensation methodology for members that would require members to voluntarily or accept. So if MLC wrote to members and say, would you like to have the fee refunded, it would require a member to opt in to the compensation approach.
And do you recall that you were pushing the opt-in compensation approach?
I think over the course of these months, I don't think I was pushing. No, I wasn't pushing any of these options. What I believe was happening is that we were assessing the issues and the consequences.
The opt-in compensation approach would mean that NAB needed to remediate less money to members. Do you agree?
That would be a likely outcome, yes.
And if we return to the question I was asking earlier about whether ultimately all of this assessment is about remediation, can I ask you to consider the following things? The management paper that has been drafted for some months has now been turned into a letter from National Wealth Management Services Limited to MLC. That's the first thing to consider. And the second thing to consider is that what the letter is concerned with, as is apparent from this email, is what compensation methodology is going to be used.
Yes.
And that is because ultimately all of this thought that was occurring within NAB about the correct characterisation of the planned service fee was to do with how much needs to be remediated to customers.
That was one of the considerations.
And then if we go to the first page of the email, we see there's an email back from Ms. Bourgeonon to you saying, I thought we discounted this option given the trustee was explicitly told it would not be charged additional fees for member advice services via the member services agreement and that all other services were included in the admin agreement and hence admin fee. Now, do you know what that option is that's being referred to?
I'm not exactly sure what Lara is referring to with respect to that option.
Seems a bit odd because she seems to be referring to something that you have said,
Yeah.
some option that you have suggested.
If I read that entire line, I believe what this is saying is the same conclusion that you referred to earlier, that while there was an assessment done on whether other services provided by MLC directly would constitute a basis for the planned service fee, I believe what Lara is referring to here is that that was not a reasonable basis. I believe that's what she is saying.
Yes, because presumably, and perhaps this is for some inexplicable reason, the subject of an LPP claim over something you have said, you have somewhere raised as an option this possibility of saying that the services justified the fee.
What I can say, absolutely over that period, that question was that was one of the questions that was being assessed. That is absolutely true.
Tender that document, Commissioner.
Emails, Bourguignon, Carter and others, October 16, PSF management paper opt-in compensation, NAB 0760189311, Exhibit 5.25.
And then if we can bring up NAB.047.007.7156. So we see at the bottom of a page an email from you, and it's sent to a number of people.
Yes.
And you're explaining that you've updated that NWMSL management letter,
Yes.
and you say ultimately this version recommends the option 2 opt-in approach to trustee.
Yes.
Per my email last night, for me, a key tenet for this argument is the ability to say the PSF, in case of non-linked members, is for general advice services provided by MLC Direct and member town halls.
Yes.
I acknowledge there is uncertainty on this given contractual arrangements with MLC.
Yes.
And you then forward that email together with the attachment to Mr. Hagger,
Yes.
and you explain this paper recommends an opt-in remediation approach,
Yes.
but also says this version is awaiting final legal and feedback from Damien.
Yes.
And Damien is Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
So it's awaiting two things. The first is a final legal review, and the second is final feedback from the Chief Risk Officer.
Yes.
So the view that you draft and send to Mr. Hagger to go to the trustee is one that advocates for the opt-in approach.
I think, as I did say, that there were multiple people involved throughout this process, but that is right. At that point in time, that is what this management paper says.
And can we bring up the attachment? Commissioner, this was subject to a claim for non-publication direction on the basis of without prejudice privilege.
Well, before it's brought up then, what's the document? There are some of the documents which I think, well, what is this document?
Commissioner, this is as referred to in the email,
The draft letter?
the draft letter from NWMSL to Nullis
Yes,
in relation to the PSFs.
yes. Mr Young, why should I make an NPD in respect of this?
Could I have a moment just to locate the letter, Your Honour?
Very well.
It's, I just want to make sure I've got the right document. If I can, through you, Mr Commissioner, ask my learned friend, is the letter, a NAB letter of 14 October 2016?
Yes.
The draft, as I understand the attachment.
Yes, you can see that it's a draft.
A draft letter supplied within the NAB organisation, and the claim for, as I understood it, for non-publication direction was that somehow without prejudice applied to this, Mr Young? That's as I understood the written submissions
Yes.
supplied.
We made a submission for confidentiality on the basis that the document, even as a draft, records a set of positions, including concessions, that it was anticipated would be presented to ASIC. in relation to a remediation plan. It was intended that the letter would go to ASIC under a without prejudice
Be
heading.
it so. The internal musings of NAB about what it might send to ASIC attract without prejudice principles, Mr Young? What is the dispute within NAB to which without prejudice might attach?
Mr Commissioner, I have articulated the basis as being simply that this document recorded concessions that it was proposed to advance on a without prejudice basis. Now, we've made that submission. I don't want to add further to it, Commissioner. It's a question for you to judge where the appropriate balance lies.
Yes, there will be no non-publication direction in respect of this document.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I understand that there should be available in the staging area an unredacted version. Sorry, there is some privileged material which is redacted.
We got a doc ID for it, Mr
Yes,
Hodge?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, it's NAB.047.007.7157, but the version that will need to be brought up is the one that is redacted only for privilege and sitting in the staging area. So this, can I suggest, Mr. Carter, is the draft letter that you were sending to Mr. Hagger?
It's the first time I'm seeing this, so I'll assume that is correct.
When you say it's the first time you're seeing this, you mean
Today, so
you haven't seen it recently? You
have
haven't
not
looked
seen
at
this
it
recently, no.
All right. And consistent with what you've seen in the email, if you go to the page 13 of that document,
Yes.
now, I suspect about to have another moment of tension, Commissioner. If we go to page 13 of that document, I have two versions with different LPP claims made in respect of those versions. I'll just have a moment to speak to my friend.
Can I just have instructions? Andrew, come round here. Commissioner, can I have a moment to take instructions? Again, this has not been raised.
It's your claims, Mr Young.
We don't press the claim for privilege in respect to the first section on page 13, Commissioner. But we do maintain the privilege in paragraph 7.2b.
I'm content with that, Commissioner.
Very well.
Thank you.
Have we got a document then that is capable of display?
No, Commissioner, but the relevant part I can summarise. I don't know if there's an unredacted version that could be provided to Mr. Carter.
It is to be regretted that there is not an appropriately redacted copy available.
Not immediately, Michael, I'm afraid.
Have you got a copy?
Claim it, don't press it.
That's your copy. That's right, Commissioner. I will deal with this in a different way while we attempt to find that document. Mr. Carter, let me tell you what the large box is redacting, which is a table 5, described as summary of factors considered in determining a recommendation for remediation, and it sets out 2 options. Option 1 is return all PSF paid by members without a named plan advisor plus interest. Option 2 is refund post-SWIFT members without a linked plan advisor and right to pre-SWIFT members without a named plan advisor asking if they want a refund. So that is, you'll see what's unredacted there is, in summary, National Wealth Management Services Limited recommends option 2. You see that there?
Yes.
And option 2 is refund post-SWIFT members without a linked plan advisor and right to pre-SWIFT members without a named plan advisor asking if they want a refund.
I don't think
you
I can.
can't see that, but I'm telling
Yes.
you that's what it is. And that's consistent with what you saw in your earlier email, which is you saying, I'm recommending option 2.
Yes.
And option 2 is what's referred to as the opt-in option.
Yes.
And then you'll see what's set out in paragraph 7.2 are the justifications that have been arrived at by NWMSL for this preferred remediation approach.
Yes.
And you'll see in subparagraph D, in the case of PSF, services consistent with the PDS were made available to members as detailed in Appendix 3. And then there's a reference to general advice services, access to general advice services.
Yes.
And this again links back with the email of yours we were looking at earlier, which is you were comfortable with recommending option 2 on the basis of this justification about there being an ability to say the PSF in case of non-linked members is for general advice services provided by MLC Direct.
Yes, but what is also true per that earlier email, or when that email that we discussed previously, is that ultimately conclude that was not a basis for the fee.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
What that discussion was earlier is that the general advice services, ultimately we conclude that was not the basis, was not the basis for charging the fee.
So you think it was concluded that the access to general advice services was not a basis for charging the fee?
That is ultimately where we land, yes.
But when you send your draft letter to Mr. Hagger, you're not saying that that's an impossible argument, are you?
Not at this time. But Mr. Hodge, I'm not able to know exactly the sequencing in which these things were determined.
Well, we've looked at the sequence. You've been looking at this since May of 2016. On the 16th of October 2016, you send this draft letter to Mr. Hagger.
Sorry, what date was this?
The letter is dated the 14th of October, and the email that you sent to Mr. Hagger is sent on the 16th of October. This is
Yes.
the draft. You understand?
Yes.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
And the email that covered it, Mr Hodge, I think they should be separate tenders.
Yes, Commissioner.
Email Carter, Hagger and others, October 16, concerning PSF letter, NAB 047 0077156 is Exhibit 5.26. Exhibit 5.27, draft letter NWMS Limited to Newless, 14 October 16, NAB 04700077157 is Exhibit 5.27.
And then the next document is NAB.047.007.7190. I'm told this might need to be handed around in hard copy because the redactions of personal email addresses have not yet been completed. Oh, I'm sorry. That's our fault. I gather this document hasn't been asked to be cleared yet. Although it looks like there's a copy here. I'll just get this, that document be handed over to Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you'll see, this is Mr. Hagger's reply to you
Yes.
on the evening of the 16th of October.
Yes.
And he says, "Thank you. While I will edit this to some extent, I think it provides a very good basis for the letter I wish to submit. Thanks for your work on this, and I look forward to our conversation tomorrow."
Yes.
Attend to that.
Exhibit 5.28, email Hagger to Carter, 16 October 16, NAB 04700077190.
Do you recall the conversation that you then had with Mr. Hagger the next day?
No.
All right. Can we then bring up NAB.042.003.1456?
Screens are not deeply encouraging, Mr Hodge.
Commissioner, I can give a different part of the document ID, which is
I
NAB.042.
just wonder whether there's something wrong with the feed
Oh, I
more
see.
generally. If you look at the
Yes,
display,
that looks like bad news, Commissioner.
it doesn't look good news anyway.
Oh, we're going again.
The wonders of modern science.
So this is, I just want to put this in temporal context for you, Commissioner. This is an extract from the minutes of the Group Risk Return Management Committee. They've been provided as a single document for over the course of a lengthy period of time, and the minutes we're looking at are of the meeting of the 19th of October 2016, and so it may be in as an extract, which is NAB.042.003.1456 and then _E. I'm sure that will come up eventually. You will see, there we go. You will see, Mr. Carter, the first page of this document, because it's the first page of the full bundle of minutes, is of a Risk Return Management Committee meeting on the 20th of January 2016. We're interested in the Group Risk Return Management Committee meeting on the 19th of October 2016, which is over the page, or an extract is over the page. I understand you would not have attended this type of committee meeting?
No.
And where does the Group Risk Return Management Committee sit? That is, who does it comprise?
The Group Executive of the National Australia Bank.
Right. And if you go then to the page which is .1523, you'll see what's recorded is, in response to a question from the committee, Mr. Haggar updated the committee on the wealth plan service fees incorrectly charged for Swift, Encompass and TERP, totalling $34.3 million.
Yes.
Mr. Haggar advised the committee that the breach related to the administrator deducting and retaining plan service fees from member accounts which did not have a named financial advisor linked to their account.
Yes.
Mr. Haggar noted that Wealth had self-disclosed the breach to ASIC and that the quantum of compensation ranging from $15 million to $40 million was being discussed with the trustee and council.
Yes.
And then the committee expressed disappointment that customers had not been remediated earlier, given the matter originated in 2012, and that consequence management had not been implemented earlier, given key stakeholders had now left the business.
Yes.
And you obviously weren't there at that meeting, but on the 19th of October, what's set out here factually accurately reflects your understanding at the time.
Yes.
That is, the total amount of the plan service fees that have been identified as having been incorrectly charged was $34.3 million.
Yes.
But there was a discussion occurring as to the quantum of compensation.
Yes, per the earlier emails, yes.
Tender that document, Commissioner.
Extract from minutes of Group Risk Return Management Committee meeting 19 October 16, NAB 042003145 _E, Exhibit 5.29.
Now, do you recall that by late October of 2016, ASIC had indicated that it was about to publish its report on fees for no service?
Yes.
And ASIC contacted presumably all of the banks, but in particular it contacted the National Australia Bank to give NAB a heads up on the fact that the report was going to be published?
Yes.
And I want to then show you a document which is NAB.162.017.2128. So this is a chain of emails, you'll see the email starting at about a third of the way down the page is from Chris Owens. Who is Mr. Owens?
Chris Owens was in our corporate affairs team, communications team.
That's one of the things corporate affairs would do, is manage what media engagement and things like that.
Yes.
Also consumer engagement, or would that be a different team?
That would typically be a different team.
All right. So corporate affairs sends an email on the 20th of October 2016, and you'll see that the people it is sent to include Mr. Hagger and Mr. Murphy and you.
Yes.
And it's copied to a number of other people.
Yes.
And it's setting out a communications strategy in relation to the ASIC report that's about to come out.
Yes.
And you see that it says, given that ASIC plans to announce the TERP planned service fee event as part of its public report into ongoing advice service fees next week, Corporate Affairs has considered a number of media options to minimise reputation risk for the group.
Yes.
And then you see about 2/3 of the way down the page, in making these recommendations, we have assumed National Wealth Management Services Limited and the trustees will accept management's recommendation to remediate in full the TERP, Encompass and SWIFT events, with approximately $34 million in remediation provided to 220,000 members. Numbers are still subject to assurance.
Yes.
And then all recommendations will be subject to negotiation with regulators. We would not recommend proceeding with any of the below recommendations without the support of regulators.
Yes.
And then you see option one, the preferred option is, our preferred option would see NAB proactively announce all aspects of the PSF issue, including customer numbers and the total remediation amount. Corporate Affairs also recommends that we should flag our intention to conduct an assurance review.
Yes.
And then if you go over the page, you'll see there are some alternative options that are set out in order of preference. Number 2 is a proactive statement following ASIC report release that includes all PSF events and dollar figure, but no mention of the assurance review. Number 3 is a proactive statement following ASIC report release that includes all PSF events, but no dollar figure. And number 4 is a reactive statement to detail in ASIC report only.
Yes.
And then you then forward that email to Ms. Bourguignon and say, do you agree with this?
Yes.
Do you remember what you thought about this proposal from Corporate Affairs?
In the context of preparing for this testimony, I have been reminded of the circumstances surrounding this email.
All right, what are the circumstances surrounding this email?
ASIC were in the process of releasing what was a periodic report on issues in the advice industry. And notwithstanding this email from Corporate Affairs, ultimately the management decision was not to go with this recommended approach from Corporate Affairs for one primary reason, is that at the time of the ASIC report, the relevant boards were yet to formally consider and determine the ultimate compensation and remediation approach for these events. And so it was deemed proper process to allow the board process and approvals to happen first. Now, the second relevant consideration is, given this dilemma, what I'm also aware is that Andrew Hagger proactively contacted ASIC on this issue to make sure there could be no view that we were trying to hide the issue, and wanted to make sure that, given the report was at a point in time, what we were submitting were the events that were known and agreed to at the time by our boards, but wanted to let ASIC know that there are other events under investigation, and that, subject to board determination, they would be included in future ASIC reports. So that was the context.
All right. I tender that document, Commissioner.
Emails Carter, Hagger and others, 20 October 18, NAB 162.017.2128, Exhibit 5.30.
Then can we bring up NAB.158.006.5028? So this is an email from Louise Macaulay of ASIC to some people within the NAB.
Yes.
And it's attaching the draft report.
Yes.
And have you looked through the draft report?
No.
Did you look through it at the time?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. And can we just, to understand that, can we bring that up? Can we bring up NAB.158.006.5030, which is the attachment? And if we go to NAB.158.006.5051, so we see there, Table 2 is compensation outcomes as at 31 August 2016 and future projections. And
Yes.
it sets out NAB but blanks out the other entities.
Yes.
And so this is the draft report. It's just telling you what the figures are for you.
Yes.
And then if we go over the page to the page .5052, we then see a compensation progress report, which again identifies some of the NAB entities.
Yes.
Right. I tender that document, Commissioner.
Separately from
Oh,
the
no,
email.
I'll tend the email and the document attachment together.
Exhibit 5.31 will be email Macaulay of ASIC to NAB concerning confidential draft report NAB 158.006.5028. Exhibit 5.31, draft ASIC report financial advice fees for no service NAB 158.006.5030. Exhibit 5.31.
Now then, show you another document which you may not have seen. This is NAB.158.005.5109. And there's an attachment to this which we might bring up as well, which is NAB.005.893.006. Oh, .0006, I'm sorry.
Before we come to this, while it's coming up, Mr Hodge, the last exhibit should be 5.32, not 5.31. The draft ASIC report is exhibit 5.32.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can't count beyond 31, apparently, Mr Hodge.
Now, Mr Carter, this is an email back from Ms Debenham, who's the Head of Regulatory Affairs within NAB, back to ASIC with some suggested changes to the draft report.
Yes.
And I'll just note a couple. The first is that NAB disagrees with the characterisation of the issues as being systemic.
Yes.
The second is that there's some updates to the table in relation to the amounts of compensation.
Yes.
If we then come over the page to the page .0007, we see in item 6, again, some updates to the amount of compensation and affected customers.
Yes.
And it's asked that the words "and members did not receive the general advice services they paid for" be deleted.
Yes.
And the explanation from NAB is some services were provided, but they were not provided by a plan advisor. Member disclosure was incorrect.
Yes.
And again, so even at this point, what's being maintained is that there were services being provided for the planned service fees. It's just that the disclosure was inaccurate.
I think what I believe the intent of this amendment would be to distinguish from what was unique about this circumstance was that members in many cases would have been provided general advice or support services, unlike, and the report was entitled Fee for No Service. So it was, I believe, a view that while services, general advice services may have been provided, I want to be very clear that we do agree that the fee should not have been charged.
I understand this is a position that NAB and NULLIS have adopted and continue to adopt, which is that there is some difference between what happened with the PSFs and what happened with other fees for no services cases. That's the point you're making?
Yes.
Can you just explain that point again?
That the PDS said this fee was for general advice and support services. General advice and support services may have been getting provided to these members.
Now, we know we've gone through this a number of times. What members were told was the planned service fee is for services that are to be provided by the advisor as agreed with the employer. You agree with that?
Yes.
General advice services may well have been provided by MLC, but every member, whether they were paying a PSF or not, had access to those general services.
Yes.
It had absolutely nothing to do with the PSF, those general services that were provided to everyone.
Yes, and that is the conclusion we reach.
So I'm just struggling to understand the rationale for saying this is different from a fees for no service issue. Is it just this, that you say, well, look, the planned service fee was only going to have general advice services, we think, so therefore, if we provided some other general advice services, they got general advice services?
Many of these members would have been receiving general advice services.
They would have been receiving them anyway, regardless of whether they were paying the PSF or not.
That is correct.
The general advice services provided by MLC had nothing to do with the PSF.
And that is why the fee needed to be refunded.
The PSF was for services provided for the advisor, which were not supplied.
By that advisor, yes.
Well, they could only be supplied by the advisor. They were specific services agreed between the employer and the advisor. If the advisor was gone, they couldn't be supplied, could they?
That's correct from that advisor.
Is that not charging a fee for a service that is not provided?
Mr. Hodge, I'm doing my best to explain as best I can why this particular amendment was sought.
Well, come away from this particular amendment. Do you accept that NAB charged fees for no service?
Commissioner, in this particular instance, as distinguished from the advice service fees, the view was that general advice and support services were being provided, but notwithstanding that, the PSF should be refunded.
Attend to that document, Commissioner, or those two documents together.
Exhibit 5.33 will be the email NAB to Macaulay of 21 October 16, NAB 15800555109. Exhibit 5.34 will be the table attached to the email, Exhibit 5.33, NAB 005893006.
Can we then bring up NAB.044.011.0387 together with its attachment NAB.044.011.0388?
Can I just check the numbers again, Mr Hodge? 044 011 0387, is that the number you gave?
044 011 0387, yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
I'm just going to speak to Mr Young for a moment. Commissioner, could I just ask you to stand down for 2 minutes so I can just check what's going on with this document?
I come back 25 past.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll adjourn until then.
Commissioner, we've got slightly different doc IDs that we can use. Can we use NAB.044.010.7681 together with the attachment, which is NAB.044.010.7682?
Tab 32.
Thank you. So
That's not attached.
what we've seen, Mr Carter, is that on the 21st of October there were some amendments that were emailed by NAB to ASIC in relation to the report.
Yes.
And then you'll see there's an attachment on the right-hand side of the screen, which is Project Rio issue summary, 21 October 2016.
Yes.
And that's an attachment to a document that's being emailed by a Mr Goonan, who's the Executive General Manager for Corporate Affairs, to Mr Thorburn.
Yes.
And if we then look at the document on the right-hand side, we see this is setting out the current roughing out of the strategy in relation to dealing with the ASIC report.
Yes. Yes.
Now, is this a document that you've seen before?
No, I don't believe so.
All right, well, I'll just ask you whether some of the things in it reflect your understanding at the time. The first is that the NAB had been named as having a total exposure of compensation of $16.2 million to 120,000 customers, or approximately 120,000 customers.
Yes.
That's an accurate reflection of what was set out in the draft report.
I believe that is correct.
We looked at that before, if that would help
I
to bring that up. But why don't we put on the right-hand side of the screen that Project Rio document, and on the left-hand side of the screen, bring up the draft report, which is already tendered, but it's NAB.158.006.5030. And if we go to the page .5051, and so you can see consistent between the two documents, NAB's total amount of estimated compensation is 16.2 million. The total expected compensation for each of the 5 groups is $80 to $86 million.
Yes.
And it's then said, while in the Project Rio document, while we can't see the other banks' compensation details, this probably means that NAB is middle of the pack when it comes to compensation.
Yes.
And do you recall having thought about that at the time, that is in late October 2016, about the fact that NAB would be depicted as being middle of the pack?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And then you see there's then a section of the paper which is background to the PSF issue.
Yes.
And the third last bullet point is remediation has not begun for PSF as we have been attempting to resolve legal differences of opinion. The most likely remediation will be to approximately 220,000 members for approximately $34 million across TERP, PSF, SWIFT and Encompass.
Yes.
And then the next bullet point down says this remediation option goes to National Wealth Service, I think it should be National Wealth Management Services Limited and Nullus for approval on Monday and Wednesday respectively.
Yes.
And so that meant it was going to be approved by Services Limited on Monday, which was the 24th of October 2016.
Yes.
And then the Wednesday would presumably be the 26th of October 2016.
Yes.
And it then says in the last bullet point there, ASIC has been notified of all 3 PSF issues, but only has awareness of the customer impact for TERP, which is approximately 100,000 customers and $100,000 in compensation.
Yes.
And then you see at the bottom of the page is the heading Next Steps. ASIC has invited feedback on the draft report by 10 a.m. Monday. The relevant executives for the PSF issue, which is Andrew Hagger and Paul Carter, are considering this feedback. There are 2 possible outcomes of NAB's feedback to ASIC. Now, before we look at the outcomes, this seems to suggest that you and Mr. Hagger were considering what feedback was to be given on the draft report. Is that your recollection?
I think what this says is, as the accountable executives for the business, we were ultimately accountable. That is what I'm sure that means.
Were you involved in the decision as to what feedback was to be provided to ASIC?
I am sure that ultimately there would have been some sign-off from me consistent with this email.
Who was ultimately responsible for what feedback would be provided to ASIC?
Andrew Hagger.
And it's then explained that there are 2 possible outcomes of NAB's feedback to ASIC. The first outcome is ASIC's report is published next week in largely the same form that it is now, and the outcome is identified as being this would mean NAB is seen as just one of the banks tied up in the, and then something seems to have been left off, but presumably tied up in the fees for no service issue. You see that?
Yes.
And then the second point is ASIC's report is adjusted and or delayed to include NAB's expanded PSF numbers, making NAB the worst of the banks in the report. If this occurs, NAB would also most likely announce that it will commission the assurance review.
Yes.
Do you remember having been involved in any discussion about whether the full expectation of the amount of compensation for the PSF issue should be disclosed to ASIC at that time?
I believe this relates to the discussion we had earlier, and I've been reminded of this context in the last week, that there were 2 important considerations. First, as you point out, the relevant boards at the time that this feedback was required to ASIC were yet to discuss and conclude on the remediation approach. But in light of the sensitivity and wanting to make sure that we were being transparent, that was the basis of a phone call from Andrew Hagger directly to ASIC to make sure that the regulator was clear that on the circumstance that while we may miss this particular report deadline, we wanted to be transparent.
I tender those two documents, Commissioner. Sorry, it's not the report. The draft report's already tendered.
Email Thorburn to Hagger and others, 22 October 16, NAB 0440107681 as Exhibit 5.35. Project Rio issue summary attached to email Exhibit 5.35, NAB 0440107682 as Exhibit 5.36.
Can we then bring up NAB.047.001.1728? Now, this is an email from Mr. Hagger to a number of NAB employees, including you,
Yes.
sent on the 24th of October 2016 at 10:56 a.m.
Yes.
And it's setting out a conversation that Mr. Hagger had had with Mr. Tanzer of ASIC.
Yes.
And is this the conversation that you're referring to, where Mr. Hagger called up and was transparent with ASIC about what was going on?
That was the intent.
To reveal to ASIC the relevant situation?
To make sure, given the sequencing challenge of an ASIC report that was about to be released, and the fact that while our information provided was certainly intended to be accurate as of that date, to make sure that ASIC was aware that there were additional events that were under investigation yet to be discussed and agreed at the relevant boards, and to make sure that ASIC was aware of that context.
Now, I just want to make sure I've fairly understood the point. The report sets out the estimated future compensation for different entities. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it uses those words, estimated future compensation. Yes?
Yes.
And we know that on the 19th of October 2016, the report that was made to the committee on which Mr. Thorburn and Mr. Hagger sit was that the amount of the planned service fees was totalling $34.3 million, but the quantum of compensation was being discussed between the trustee and council. Do you recall that? We looked at that document earlier.
Yes.
And we know that Corporate Affairs, by the 20th of October 2016, understood that management's recommendation was that there would be $34 million in remediation provided to 220,000 members.
That may have been, yes, that was the Corporate Affairs perspective.
That they understood that that was management's recommendation.
That was management's recommendation, yes.
And that all that remained to happen was for NWMSL and the trustees to accept that recommendation.
Yes, to discuss, consider and ultimately approve.
And 34 or approximately $34 million in remediation is full remediation. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The a lesser amount would be if they had adopted the opt-in approach.
Yes.
And on the 24th of October 2016, National Wealth Management Services Limited did, in a formal sense, give up on the idea of an opt-in approach.
National Wealth Management Services recommended the full compensation approach, or agreed full compensation approach as the best approach to compensating members.
And just if we can move that document to one side and bring up on the other side NAB.155.027.3782. So this is the letter sent from National Wealth Management Services Limited to Nullis, the trustee,
Yes.
and it's dated the 24th of October 2016.
Yes.
And if we go to the second page of the document, we see what's set out is a paragraph 5, the two alternative approaches, the opt-in approach and the trust expense alternative approach.
Yes.
And the trust expense alternative approach is the full compensation approach.
Yes.
And the recommendation now being made in this final letter is that the full compensation approach be adopted. That is the trust expense alternative.
Yes.
And National Wealth Management Services Limited will take on legal liability for that.
Yes.
And the only thing then that remains to be done is for the Nullis trustee to formally accept that.
Yes, so there was so this was the management letter. This obviously had to be approved with, I can't remember the exact sequencing. The sequencing was National Wealth Management Services had to endorse, and then it would go to the Nullis board.
Yes, but it's on the 24th of October, it's endorsed and signed by Mr. Hagger as the chair of the board.
Okay. Yes.
See that, can't you?
Yes.
And so what's being said to the trustee is we, National Wealth Management Services Limited, will take on liability for this compensation, and what we propose is full compensation.
Yes.
Was it thought that there was some possibility that the trustee would say no?
We went into that meeting with the expectation that that full compensation approach would absolutely be accepted by the trustee.
And that was known on the 24th of October 2016 when you were dealing with ASIC.
Yes.
But nobody said to ASIC, we're expecting an additional $34.3 million in compensation that we'll have to pay.
But that, I believe, was the exact intent of why Andrew Hagger reached out to ASIC, Commissioner of ASIC, to exactly discuss that issue.
Not the figure, is that right?
I don't know exactly what was discussed between Andrew Hagger and Greg Tanzer,
Right.
but
You weren't told that the figure had been discussed.
I do not know whether exact numbers were discussed. I certainly know the intent of Andrew's discussion with Mr. Tanzer.
Right. And so you know that intent because Mr. Hagger told you, is that right? Or you've inferred it from the document?
No, I know that was the intent of the discussion with Mr. Tanzer, to make sure, given the sequencing issue that we had, and that the ASIC report was point in time, And as I understand, as reflected in the email that Andrew Hagger writes off the back of his phone call, that ASIC is one, appreciative of the call, and secondly, acknowledges that these reports are periodic, they are at point in time, and then I would say by inference that when relevant board approvals are made, then the next round of compensation from Nulis would be released, and that's, I believe, exactly what happened.
Sorry, you believe what is exactly what happened?
I understand that in the next periodic report from ASIC on this subject, that information would have been updated. That's what I would have understood.
Can we just make sure we're clear about this? This is not, what's been discussed in October of 2016 is not just one of a number of periodic reports. It is the first report.
It's the first report. I understood that the intent of ASIC is this would be something that would be periodically updated.
That they would in the future provide updates as to further
Correct.
amounts of compensation. All right. And again, so that I can understand this, do you recall having participated in any discussion as to whether NAB should tell ASIC before the report was released that its present estimate was $34.3 million for the PSF issue?
I don't recall the specifics, Mr. Hodge, but I certainly remember that was the intent of Andrew Hagger's discussion with ASIC.
All right. Sorry, not you remember that the intent was to tell ASIC that there was another 34.3
I don't remember whether the intent was on figures. I certainly remember the intent was about being transparent on the issue.
All right. Can we tender each of those documents, Commissioner?
Email Hagger to Debenham, 24 October 16, NAB 047 001 1728, Exhibit 5.37. Letter in NWMSL to Nulis, 24 October 16, NAB 155 027 3782, Exhibit 5.38.
And as you say, I think, on the 26th of October 2016, then the Board of Nulis met.
Believe that's correct.
All right, and can we bring that up, which is NAB.005.562.4422? And this is the resolution of the Nulis Board to approve the characterisation of the PSF as a trust expense and the proposed remediation outlined in the paper.
Yes,
So that occurred on the 26th of October.
correct.
And we can see from this that you had already prepared a paper dated the 21st of October 2016 setting out the proposal in relation to remediation. See that? The directors noted and discussed Mr. Paul Carter's paper dated 21 October 2016.
Yes.
And if we go over the page to .4423, this is then the start of the paper that you did.
Yes.
And we see, if we go over to page .4425, We see the Table 1 setting out the total PSFs charged of $33.7 million.
Yes.
The amount for ex-TERP members we can see has already been validated internally by KPMG,
Yes.
and that's $12.4 million.
Yes.
And then there's an additional amounts of $21.3 million that are estimated but are still going through internal validation.
Correct.
And then ultimately, as you pointed out a number of times, what you recommend is going to be the full compensation.
That is correct.
And then if we go over to the page, .4426, see at the bottom of the page some recommendations about engagement with ASIC.
Yes.
And then over the page on 4427, we see one of the things that's noted is a draft letter from National Wealth Management Services Limited. So presumably the final letter that was signed on the 24th of October had already been provided in draft by the time you completed your paper on the 21st of
I
October.
believe that's correct.
All right. And I tender that document, Commissioner.
Minute of resolution of Newlist Board 26 October 16 and accompanying paper by Carter Remediation Plan Service Fee Events NAB 00556244222_E Exhibit 5.39.
And then can we then bring up NAB.182.002.5774? So you see at the bottom of the page an email from Miss Hopwood. I'm not sure that you're copied into that email, but attaching the final report that's just been issued by ASIC. I'm sorry, you are copied in, yes. You're on the second last line before the CCs.
Yes.
So on the Thursday morning, Thursday the 27th of October, there's an email sent to you saying the final report has just been issued by ASIC.
Yes.
And there's a comment which is of particular note is that the compensation numbers have increased markedly since the draft was issued on Friday. For example, CBA has $105 million to pay.
Yes.
Now, between when the report was published on the 27th of October and when the Nullis board met on the 26th of October, did anyone contact ASIC to say we've actually now got the approval for remediating what we expect to be $30-something million?
I'm not aware.
Attend
to that document, Commissioner.
Email Hopwood to Carter and others 27 October 16 NAB 18200257774 Exhibit 5.40.
I want to just ask you your reflections on a couple of things. When you look back at the engagement with ASIC in October of 2016, are you satisfied that the approach that was adopted was the right one?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you did contact ASIC before, Mr. Hagger contacted ASIC before the report was published and said we might have a further update to give you, and if you could wait a couple of weeks, then maybe we could tell you something else.
I think it goes beyond that as well, Mr. Hodge, in the sense that I think on multiple levels there'd been engagement with ASIC on the issue. There's obviously breach reports that predate this issue that I believe ASIC would have been aware of. And so I do think the final engagement that Andrew Hagger had with ASIC was just to make sure that we were being fully transparent in the way in which the regulator understood this issue.
It might be thought that a way of being fully transparent would be to say to ASIC, we expect in the next 2 days to formally approve something that is already recommended by management, which will result in compensation of more than $30 million, or additional compensation of more than $30 million. Do you have a view about that?
Sorry, what was your question?
Yes. What I'm putting to you is it might be thought by the Commissioner when he's considering this issue that an entity being fully transparent with ASIC in the position of NAB would say to ASIC on the 24th of October, we expect within the next 2 days to formally approve something that has already been recommended by management, which is an additional $30+ million of compensation.
But I believe that broadly was the intent of Andrew Hagger's proactive contact to the Commissioner of ASIC, who then, I understand in turn, discussed that exact conversation with his team.
All right. So your understanding is that the figure was disclosed to ASIC?
I don't know specifically whether a figure was discussed.
Do you think the figure is important?
I believe yes.
Would it be problematic from your point of view if the figure was not communicated?
Mr. Hodge, what I'm trying to say is I know that the proactive contact from Mr. Hagger was intended to be transparent about the issues.
And the reason that, can I suggest, the reason things had reached the point where in October of 2016 he was still trying to finalise the remediation approach was because for the preceding 5 or 6 months, the bank had been looking for ways to justify not making full compensation.
I disagree.
So you think that the process that we've now looked through from May of 2016 through to October of 2016 was not about trying to reduce the amount of compensation?
I do believe that what we were doing and what my responsibility was as the executive of this business was to make sure that the issues were fully thought through and worked through. In retrospect, I absolutely wish that that process had been done more quickly and we had got to clarity faster. What I can say is that there were many different issues that had to be considered, and ultimately what I'm most pleased about is I do believe the right answer was made, that full compensation was given to customers.
Now that, of course, was in October of 2016 that decision was finally made to fully compensate customers who did not have an advisor linked to them in relation to planned service fees.
Yes.
And as far as you can recall, there wasn't consideration of whether it was also necessary to compensate customers who had paid the employer service fees pre-SWIFT if they didn't have an advisor linked to their account?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. As far as you can recall, there was no consideration given to whether or not it was necessary to compensate members who had been paying the employer service fee where they did not have an advisor linked to their account?
Yes, yes.
You can't recall that
I cannot
being
recall.
considered? And as far as you're aware, there wasn't consideration of whether or not the advisor contribution fees needed to be refunded back to customers?
Correct.
Actually, to be fair to you, that's probably not quite correct, is it? Your view was it was commission, and I think you said there was a legal advice that you saw that suggested it was commission.
Correct. But that's
So-
the basis
so
of
there
my,
was
that is the basis
that
of my
consideration.
statement.
All right. And then in terms of the charging of plan service fees in general, it's ultimately been announced by the bank in July of this year that it will refund all plan service fees that were deducted from MKPS members. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And do you have a view, and I understand you left in February of 2017, left that division, why it took a further period of almost 2 years to come to that view?
No, I do not.
Right. Was it something that was under consideration, as you can recall it, when you were the EGM?
Not that I'm aware.
And in relation to MKBS members, do you know whether the PSFs are to be refunded to them?
I do not believe that they are.
Right. And do you know why that is?
No.
Can you see any difference between the position of an MKBS member and an MKPS member if the justification for needing to refund the money is that the product disclosure statements did not explain that a member could simply turn off the PSFs?
Mr. Hodge, I'm sorry, this is a part of investigation that I was not close to, and I've been not part of this division for 18 months. But I do know that those issues have been carefully thought through by the management team.
Commissioner, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Carter.
Yes, well, how long would you expect to be in re-examination, Mr Young?
Roughly 5 minutes. I've got one matter.
Is it the more convenient course to deal with it now or to adjourn? What's more convenient?
We can deal with it now, Commissioner.
Go on.
Mr. Carter, you're asked a number of questions relating to a board meeting of National Wealth Management Services Limited on the 24th of October 2016.
Yes.
Can we have brought up the following document, NAB.057.002.5664? Commissioner, I can provide you
The
with
answer to your question is no, Mr Young. You can't bring it up.
no. Commissioner, I can provide a hard copy and I can identify what the document is. It's,
Yeah, we just got the number right. 057-002-5664, is that the number?
yes.
Yes, well, perhaps if the witness has shown the...
The witness has one. There's
He
one
has.
coming to you, Commissioner,
Yes.
and one to my learned friend.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, do you recognise this as a set of minutes of a meeting of the Board of Directors of National Wealth Management Services Limited that you attended on the 24th of October 2016?
Yes.
Can I draw your attention to one item of business addressed in the minutes? It's at page 5666 is the last 4 digits.
Yes.
And you'll see in the first section there's a reference to an appendix being a proposed letter to NULIS concerning the remediation of planned service events.
Yes.
And can I draw your attention to the resolutions by directors towards the bottom of the page? Resolution 3 recommended approval of the compensation methodology.
Yes.
And item 6 approved the proposed letter to NULIS, which has been tendered in the course of your evidence as Exhibit 5.38. Now, now, Mr. Carter, to your understanding, after this set of board approvals, did the approved letter get sent to NULIS and its directors for its consideration?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the minutes.
There's minutes 24 of meeting 24 October 2016 at 8 a.m. NWMS Limited, NAB 0570025664, Exhibit 5.41.
I have nothing further, Commissioner.
Yes.
Can
Thank you.
Carter be excused?
Well, just a moment. Is there anything arising out of that, Mr. Hodge?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
No. You may step down, and you are. Is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Carter?
No, Commissioner.
You're excused. Further attendance. We come back at 2:15.
Thank you, Commissioner.
2:15.